And welcome to the Curriculum Pathways for Migrants Empowerment Through Sport final conference and evaluation meeting. It was a long journey, 3 years of a project granted by Erasmus Plus program. It's a project about sport, education, with a part of research on a methodology, education through sport, which I was actually, together with other people, a pioneer. It's a combination of education and sports and non-formal education. And we've been targeting disadvantaged groups as migrants, economical migrants, in order to empower them to create a path, a curriculum, a training format in order to give them the possibility to have more opportunity to work in the sports sector, in the management field. So today we have a long journey as well. We are together with the partners of the project, which I would like to thank. They are coming from Spain, University of Extremadura, 2 partners from Bulgaria, Bull Sport and Champions Factory, IFAL from Sweden, Cyprus represented by Social Policy and Action, and College Wales from the UK, and the Croatian, the Par University. And of course, you all have seen the program, the communication that we've been promoting all around. We are streaming, live streaming. We have people connected from all over the world. We are speaker, even from the Philippines today. We have representative of sport institutions, federation, sport universities, and institutions as the European Commission. And soon we will have an intervention and a welcome and keynote speech from the deputy head of sport unit in Brussels, and of course also the regional institution of Sardinia. Well, we have 9 speakers in presence, and we have I think 12 or 13 on virtual, and that's our time now. In pandemic times, it's a mix among the two. And we're gonna have interesting, productive contribution that, of course, they are not only about the project itself. And of course, we're gonna go through a journey together, and we hope to be interactive. That's why I would like to thank ERSU for the hospitality. I would like to thank immediately the technicians and the staff of Minavaganti NGO, our organization. So a big applause for all of us, just to see if you can react at least. And thank you for being here. Maybe I forgot to mention that I'm Roberto Solinas. I'm co-founder and co-director of Minavaganti NGO, the coordinating institution of this project. I would like to have on stage, first of all, the other co-founder, Maria Grazia Pirina, please on stage. And applause, of course, because it's a teamwork, and everything happens because we work well together as entrepreneurs, as social entrepreneurs. But you will know more about that later. And of course, I want to introduce the moderator of today, Antonio Saccone. He's actually an economical sport migrant himself. He's living in Slovenia. He's a journalist. He's working in a Radio Capodistria. He had an history on European projects himself. And I can call him as a friend, as a colleague, of course. He's also, in his background, he's also been education trainer of non-formal education and pioneer as well as me and Maria, or as many others here in this room, of education through sport methodology. So welcome to you. But time is already, a factor in this conference. So we have the first speech, as I said, European dimension of education through sport. Luciano Di Fonso is the deputy head of sport unit at European Education, Audiovisual and Cultural Executive Agency, EICA, for the people working in the field. Before his current position, he spent 20 years in the education sector as program manager within the Jean Monnet and lifelong learning program. He was also general secretary at European Community Studies Association, a network of academics specialized in the field of European integration studies. So it's also fitting with the in a way with the purpose of this project that is ending now. And he also degree in political science at La Sapienza and 2 master in law and politics. Of course, this as introduction for Mr. Difonso, which I would say we are meeting every year in Brussels at the Info Day. And I would say just one thing about the sports sector. We can feel European Commission close to us in the sector. As a niche, we are all coming there in Brussels. We know each other. We can somehow build together a path also in the guidelines for the European Erasmus Plus program and priority from every deadline, as well. Education through sport was in a way promoted in a bottom-up process coming from people working in the sector. So I'm sorry that Luciano, you're not here with us in presence, but we feel you close as well, even if you are talking probably from Brussels. And welcome to the CPMES final conference, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me and everything is fine from a technical point of view. I'm very happy to be with you today. Unfortunately, not in presence, in physical presence. These days is very difficult for us to travel and to go to mission. And thank you very much to Roberto, Maria Grazia, and Vini Vaganti for this invitation and for this conference. That I'm very happy to be with you today, because it's really this final international conference, and your project is really at a sort of the crossroads of one of the two main topics addressed by the Erasmus Plus Sport program. Social inclusion, of course, in general, in particular for people with a migrant background, and of course also the promotion of education in and through sport. Of course, the Erasmus Plus program is our milestone in this area, but even before the launching of the program, the importance of skills and human resources development was already highlighted, for example, already in 2004, when the Commission launched the European Year of Education through Sport. In this period, during this European year, the power of sport to increase the quality of the education was already recognized, as well as the benefit of sport and physical activity in all educational programs. We'd also, before the Erasmus Plus program, had several pilot projects, preparatory actions, in particular in the field of social inclusion of migrants and the refugees. Of course, the launching of the Erasmus Plus program is very important for us in these topics, in this area. Let me just briefly present you some figure of the investment that we did in these areas in the last 7 years, and the period 2014-2020. As you probably know, we had a financial envelope for this program and for sport of 250 millions. Out of these 250 millions, almost 83 millions were dedicated to select 453 projects in the area of the social inclusion, with almost 127 collaborative partnerships as yours. So it's the main topic that we're financing in this last 7 years. And then almost 38 millions also dedicated to the promotion of the education in sport, and in particular of the dual careers of athletes. In this area, we had more or less 82 collaborative partnerships supported in this area. At the same time, we had several studies that we published during these years. I'll just recall some of them. In 2015, we support a study on a sport qualification acquired through sport organization and education institutes. In 2016, we have also a mapping of good practice relating to social inclusion of migrants through sport. And in 2017, we also have mapping and analyze education schemes for coaches, which is for us, it's a very important topic, in particular with a gender perspective. So behind, if I can say, the Erasmus Plus Sport program, we had also one of which is the main policy document that we use as a sort of, elements that we follow, which is, of course, the EU work plan for sport. We have just agreed in a new work plan for sport, but in the period 2017-2020, which is the core of the launching of your project, of course, we had the specific priorities, which was called sport and society. And this priority was developed taking into account the following elements. Of course, the social inclusion, the roles of the coaches, and of course, the education in and through sport. An expert group was created in this area and implement several activities, guidelines, studies, conferences, report. I would like to refer in particular to the work that they did in the area of the role, the status, and the responsibilities of coaches in society, the sport qualification, the competencies for coaches also, and the skills and the human resources development in sport. We have just published, so we had a publication. We used to organize what we call a clustered meeting, which was also an important element in the work plan for sport. Clustered meeting, we try to put together projects selected in different areas in the Erasmus Plus Sport program, and also the main policymaker, member states, sport organization, and we organized several cluster meetings. The last one in 2020 was exactly in the role of sport in education. We have just published the results of this call a bit later due to the pandemic and the crisis that we had last year. And we had the plan to organize last year, but was not possible, another cluster meeting on the social inclusion. So that's why we will try to organize, if not, next year, because this year is not possible anymore. And of course, we will invite whole project like yours to export in Brussels your ideas and your project, and to exchange idea and discussion with other projects in the same area, but also with the member states and with the policy makers in Brussels. Now, a new program, as you know, has been approved, a new Erasmus Plus program, very late this year, unfortunately, long negotiation, late adoption of the program, late adoption of the new mandate of the agency managing the new program, late publication of the program guide, and also of the deadline. So this year was very difficult period. But in the new program, you can already see that we have again two main priorities, and one, like the inclusion and diversity, is one of the horizontal program, a priority of the program, which means that it's in a certain way is a problem that covers all the action, all the sector, not just sport in this area. And the main idea is to promote the social inclusion and aim also to improving the outreach to people with fewer opportunities, including people with disabilities and people with a migrant background, which is also the core of your project. And the second one, again, is the promotion in and through sport. We are trying to support the skill developments in sport, encourage the dual career of athletes. This is also a very important topic for us. Not all the athletes are Cristiano Ronaldo. They can afford a life after sport without any problems. We, again, would like to promote the quality of the coaching and the staff, also the people that are managing the sport clubs and the sport organization, sport federation. The idea is also to use the mobility as a tool for improving the qualification of the volunteer and the sport coaches and staff. And finally, of course, promoting the employability through sport. As I said, a new program guide has been just published the 24th of November. The deadline for sport will be, as you know, the end of March for all the actions and programs. And in particular, the big novelty this year will be a new action, which is the capacity building in sport, for which the deadline is in April. And the idea also to involve some third countries, in particular in the Western Balkans, in the modalities of this project. I invite you to have a careful look of the program guide and to apply it. We have a completely new system, as you experienced probably this year, and we will continue on this new system. And the idea is to harmonize at the European Commission level all the submission process with these e-grants tools. I could explain a lot, but I'm sure that you will also talk about your project. You will present your project. I'm really sorry, but I have to leave this conference, but I hope that you will follow up to me all the results and the discussion of this conference. I wish you all the best for the success of this conference and for your project. And thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Luciano. Big applause coming from the room. Just 30 seconds, because this is very for organization working in the field. The new capacity building on sport that you mentioned. Can you tell us what is European Commission aiming with this new action? Just in few seconds.
Yes, in fact, it's again a transnational project, of course, involving several organizations. The idea is to reinforce the capacity building of the organization, in particular in some areas of outside European Union. So it's for the first time an action who target in particular some countries outside European Union for sport, because as you know, in the field of youth and education already exists this action. In particular, the inclusion of the migrants is one of the main priorities of this project. The only difference, if I can say, it's the participant organization must come apart from the member states and the third countries affiliated to the program, like Serbia and Macedonia, for example, but also countries from the region 1. And region 1 in the Erasmus Plus program are countries covering the Western Balkans region. So in fact, for the moment, the sport is only open to this country. And as you know, as I mentioned, Serbia and Macedonia are already part of the program. So this is mainly addressed to countries which are not Serbia and Macedonia. So we have Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, and Montenegro. So this organization must participate in this project in order to reinforce their capacity building and to cooperate in different areas with the organization from the EU member states and for the program countries.
Thank you, Luciano, for explaining better, because this is something practical that interests the partners here, and I guess the audience, some project writer and some talented sport manager that wants to develop project in Erasmus Plus in the future. So I know that time for you is very valuable, and you count every minute. So we thank you very much. A big applause from Luciano. And we hope to see each other soon in presence, maybe in Brussels at the Info Day. I don't know if it's going to be in presence or online like last year. But this pandemic is changing everything in our life. Hopefully, we're going to see in a couple of months. And enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you very much for your intervention here with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good luck for today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Also from my side, is this okay? Ask for the technician. That's fine. Okay. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I have just a little explanation, because sometime on the monitor it seems that we have stiff neck that we look in the side. Technical explanation, we don't want to be rude or mean to anyone. We just have the screen on our right, which is what you see behind us. So for us, it's much more practical to look in this direction. Otherwise, we should be in a very uncomfortable and strange position. So it's not that we have stiff neck. It's just we don't want to have it by staying all the day looking back. It is very interesting, this project, because it deals with many areas at many levels, because it gives opportunity either to the migrant, to the foreigner, to develop a career upon a passion, because usually, in most of the case, sport and physical activity are passions. But this brings, I think, also opportunity to the local club and to the local community, because it promotes, in a way, inclusion and integration, and this is something we really need. It deals also with dual career, with the education. It's cross-sector project, cross-border project. So all the panels today, they will be with different expertise, different point of views, and even the partnership itself was built with different profile of an organization. So I think it makes sense, as the program suggests, to have a presentation of the project, just to have ground understanding of what the project was and what it can be built upon the good work which was done. And then I would leave then the floor to Roberto and Maria Grazia.
Thank you, Antonio. And let's make it more interactive. An applause for our moderator, because we need some support. We're going to spend 8 hours together. Many people will enter, many people will exit during the day. Some speakers will have just 1 hour and give a brilliant contribution, and then we'll go out. So we need to keep us, in a way, awake. So let's speak about the project. So for me, as a European project manager, designer, it's one of the best baby, maybe the baby, because I started designing the project, having the idea, I guess, 5 years ago. And some projects are more important than others. We as Mina Vaganti NGO and all the satellites, our network, our NGO in Berlin, our sport institution here in Sassari, we have more than 140 big projects running at the moment. But this one has everything inside. As, for instance, in my case, my passion for sport, my passion for management, and my passion for inclusion. So there is a bit of everything inside. So what we did, we designed a project in 2018, was approved, and now after 3 years, the project was extended 6 months, so it lasted a bit more than was foreseen. It has 8 intellectual output, the products, the materials, the educational output that will be spread today, disseminated, and it's actually our contribution to Europe, to the humanity. In a way, is sometimes we are frustrated as European project manager because we don't see tangible results, but in this case and in many others, it's just about communicating what you produce. So it all started in the project with the 2 intellectual outputs that were about research. Was a desk research, in a way was also academic, because we had a couple of publications, because there is a university in this project, and there are many interest on having studies and research about this topic. And the first 2 outputs were about finding the needs analysis on why migrants are underrepresented as sport managers in institutions all around Europe. To be repeated, migrants in this project, migrants and non-EU nationals. So instead of me talking about research and investigation and the results of the research, there is a video that I would like to show you immediately. Is the second video. I'm telling to the technician, the one of 7 minutes, because there is no time to explain more about Minavaganti NGO. We will do later. Thank you very much. 7 minutes. You will know everything about the first 2 outputs of CPMES project. Enjoy. Maybe.
Curricular Pathways for Migrants' Inclusion Through Sport is an initiative aiming at answering the challenge of social inclusion of migrants in Europe, with a particular focus on addressing the compelling issue of systematic underrepresentation of migrants in non-playing roles within sports clubs and organizations. One of the concerns presently being addressed in the European sports scene is the concept of inclusion across borders, in which players and non-players, such as trainers, coaches, sports managers, etc., especially those who are migrants from another country, face when professing their craft in their respective clubs, associations, academe, NGOs, and other sporting organizations. And evidence of this compelling concern is the consistent general unemployment rate. In an online report by Eurostat, the average unemployment rate over the last 10 years, from 2007 to 2017, saw a 55 to 65% unemployment share for migrants, compared to the overall unemployment rate of 7.1%. One of the output of the Curricular Pathways for Migrants' Inclusion Through Sport project is a research report following a survey submitted to sport and migrant stakeholders in 7 European countries: Italy, Cyprus, Spain, Sweden, Bulgaria, Croatia, and Wales, for the purposes of identifying the upskilling needs of migrants. In total, 359 surveys of migrants and 263 surveys of organizations were collected. When it was analyzed, if the organizations had migrants working with them, it was found that 46.8% of the organizations did not have any migrants hired or only had migrants as volunteers, 21.3%. Only 21.7% of the organizations had hired migrants as employees, and in some cases, the immigrants had a management position in less than 10% of the organizations. On the one hand, the 46% of the organizations said that the people hired should have specific training in sports, and 28.5% answered that they had to have university studies. On the other hand, most of the organizations, 94.7%, think that migrants would be interested in receiving sports training. Migrants who participated in the study were 40.4% females and 59.1% males, most of them under 35 years old. They reported moderate educational attainment as well as moderate level of language, host country, English proficiency, and digital skills. Even though this level of education/skills, more than half of migrants are unemployed, 47.3%, or are volunteers, 12.3%. Only 17.3% had a full-time job and 22.6% a part-time job. Only 1 in 3 migrants succeeded in integrating the personal background in their career professions, and also 42.3% said that cultural or personal background prevented them from achieving their goals in sport. 78.8% of migrants had not training in sport management, but 74.4% of them would like to be trained in sport management. Q12. They feel that they need additional knowledge and skills to advance in their careers. The second phase of the data was a combination of a complementary desk research of the partner countries to provide a landscape of the existing sports policies governing the respective countries as well as in the European level. There is the evidence of differing implementation of sports and development of sports management among the partner countries. Common conclusions are: 1. In all analyzed countries, sport management is still under development, or there is still some missing parameters for the proper delivery of educational and professional path of sport managers. 2. Sport management education in all analyzed countries is primarily formal, and there is not that much non-formal educational opportunities for sports managers to develop or further improve their skills and knowledge. 3. There is lack of proper legislation in the field of sport management. And 4. Sport management education disadvantages groups in the society in innovative and useful approach that will be appreciated in all partner countries. Based on the results of the surveys among stakeholders and migrants, as well as the research policies governing the countries and the European level, several conclusions may be deduced. Educational background or attainment is not the main concern for unemployment and social inclusion. It is more of the discrepancy of the expansion of skill requirements and qualifications mismatch. While the language barrier is insignificant as a factor in the systemic exclusion of migrants in having a career, it would still be a good focus to further close the gap of employment barriers, considering that the EU has a big migrant non-native workforce across different industries. There is a need for a focus of alignment or stricter implementation of guidelines and requirements of sports management across EU member states so as to level off the huge discrepancies of unemployment rates based on qualifications mismatch between countries. Trainability is not a concern with migrants, but it is actually a welcome prospect for upskilling needs. Furthermore, competency of training and upskilling for sports management positions as a career could be improved. The implementation of the EU policy for sport could be further strengthened with a uniform means of adaptation by EU member states, and thus the trickle effect of migrants benefiting from the European-level policy implemented would be much easier realized. Project Curricular Pathways for Migrants Empowerment through Sport, CPMES, has been co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union, and it's coordinated by Migrants NGO. This report constitutes one of the deliverables of the Migrants NGO-led Project Curricular Pathways for Migrants Empowerment through Sport, CPMES project, co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. The European Commission's support for the production of this publication does not constitute endorsement of the contents, which reflects the views only of the authors, and the Commission cannot be held responsible for any use which may be made of the information contained therein.
I know it's a very long video, but it explains most of everything about the research phase of the project. But we will come back to the project, that we are like going around the program because we have speakers online. We have 10 minutes late according to the program. So Antonio, what's happening now?
Here we are. In the frame of the institutional participation of the project, we have slightly anticipated something which was supposed to be a bit later, some intervention. And as far as I understand, we should have online with us the engineer Alessandro Corrias, official representative of Regione Sardegna, or Sardinia. In English sounds strange to me, call it region, yeah. So a warm welcome to Mr. Alessandro Corrias. And now we have this second that we are still used now in the pandemic time to figure it out, that all the connection and the microphone, they work. And this is always interesting. Another communication of services, sometimes we type here, this is also an internal communication tool, just for you to know that we are not really wasting.
Buongiorno, mi sentite?
Forte e chiaro.
Bene, mi scuso perché ho dovuto improvvisare una modalità con scatoloni e telefoni perché purtroppo la tecnologia col mio PC non mi assiste, però insomma ho cercato comunque di trovare una soluzione per garantire la presenza della Regione Sardegna. Ringrazio intanto per l'invito, per noi è importantissimo essere qui oggi e segnare la nostra presenza per raccontare un po' quello che facciamo. credo di capire che ci sia qualche problema con il video, ma se non mi vedete chiedo scusa, procedo almeno col vocale, così almeno mi sentite. Allora, io dirigo un servizio che si chiama Servizio delle politiche per la formazione terziaria e per la gioventù, che è incardinato all'interno dell'assessorato della pubblica istruzione, sport e spettacolo. Quindi il tema del convegno di oggi è in linea anche per il fatto che questo è un assessorato che si occupa di sport, e quindi devo esprimere un apprezzamento significativo nei confronti di un progetto che fa da trade union tra le tematiche delle politiche giovanili, quelle sociali, attraverso lo sport. Il nostro servizio svolge purtroppo una parte molto piccola per quanto riguarda le politiche giovanili, sia per aspetti organizzativi, sia per aspetti di stanziamenti. Noi gestiamo pochissime risorse. Il progetto di cui stiamo parlando oggi è un progetto che è inserito in un ciclo di progetti e interventi che la nostra amministrazione finanzia e che sono costituiti con l'obiettivo di erogare delle quote aggiuntive di contributo per aiutare le associazioni che sono in Sardegna e che si occupano di politiche giovanili a rendere più incisivi i progetti che sono finanziati con i fondi della Commissione europea, quindi mi riferisco ai progetti di Erasmus+. Non so se sapete, ma le associazioni partecipano, a nostro avviso, annualmente con una posizione in graduatoria nelle graduatorie delle agenzie nazionali. Quindi noi eroghiamo una quota di contributo che è marginale, ma che ha la finalità di rendere maggiormente appunto incisivo il progetto nella Sardegna, con delle attività che sono propedeutiche, oppure anche delle attività di follow up sul progetto volte a disseminare i risultati che sono garantiti dalle associazioni con i loro progetti. Abbiamo anche un'altra linea che riguarda una quota di progetti che facciamo con i fondi che sono garantiti dalla Presidenza del Consiglio col Dipartimento delle Politiche Giovanili, ma anche in questo caso sono progetti che sono piccoli, quindi la nostra dimensione come possibilità di incidere sulle politiche giovanili purtroppo al momento non è significativa. Siamo in attesa di una legge di riforma di cui si parla e a cui abbiamo anche insomma dato uno sguardo, oltre che insomma qualche elemento di collaborazione, e che appena sarà diciamo accolta dal nostro Consiglio regionale, io credo potrà dare un impulso ancora maggiore alla presenza dei giovani nel panorama delle attività che si possono fare in Sardegna, perché è una legge ispirata a quello che fanno anche le altre regioni, che danno visibilità e rappresentanza, come giusto che meritano, ai giovani sino all'età dei 35 anni. Quindi questo era per raccontare quello che facciamo, ma l'intervento ovviamente era volto a portare un saluto, un augurio, insomma, che i progetti come questi possano proseguire, perché al di là della disponibilità di budget, che come detto sono molto limitati, c'è la consapevolezza che se non si lavora con i giovani non si ha la garanzia che il nostro futuro possa essere migliore. Quindi benvengano progetti come questi, speriamo di poterne accogliere in numero maggiore, quindi buon lavoro, grazie per l'invito e buon proseguimento. Io, se ce la faccio, cercherò di continuare ad ascoltarvi, ma purtroppo ho degli impegni che mi chiamano, quindi vi auguro un buon proseguimento. Grazie ancora per l'invito e buona giornata a tutti.
Thank you, grazie. Just a quick translation and summary of what was said. Big apologies for technical inconvenience. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's very important to be here for us, for our region. We are working with the Department for the Education, Sport and Entertainment. We don't have such a big budget, but we try to support every organization working with youth, especially the one that they receive contribution from European Union or the Italian government in order to improve the impact on the ground, on the territory of such initiative. We are waiting for a regional law of reform that will give better visibility, a better support to the young people. Beside the fact that we don't have huge budget, we are fully aware that it's important to work with youth because this is the only way to get towards a better future. And this is why we send our best wishes, and we are happy to be here. I think that was more or less what was said.
Okay, so we had the two institutional intervention. Europe is with us. Sardinia region is with us. It's good. It's time to have Hristo Velkov with us, and I leave Antonio. We are recovering our being late. Huh? We are minutes after minute.
Yes, because
Antonio, go.
Yes, I had a note about what should I say now. Anyway, no, I will improvise. The work, the project, they work often because of the people, not just because of the organization, and they work because of the passion. And our first speaker, I would say, is exactly a very good example because we are speaking about civil society and philanthropy activists with a long experience at the international level in different sectors, including in sport. At the moment, and also for the recent past, he has dedicated most of his professional career to Special Olympics, which is one of the largest network or organization that provide people mostly with intellectual disability with the possibility of being physically active and practicing actively sport. I understand that he also doesn't live in the country where he was born. I think it's, Bulgarian living in Belgium. And I leave the stage to Hristo Velkov.
Thank you very much. First, the microphone check. Is everything working? Perfect. First of all, thank you for putting together this very meaningful project and this fantastic conference. It's great to see some friends here, and I know that I can always trust you to come up with creative and innovative solutions, when COVID or something else hits. Now, we're talking about power, we're talking about migrants, we're talking about sports. And I would like to offer a few perspectives, from which we can choose to look at all those issues that come together. And some of you may say that, the perspectives that I'm offering are crazy. Some of you may say that they're not politically correct, but I will challenge some probably established thinking in that. Again, thank you very much for presenting me. Yes, I work for Special Olympics, and I will start with that. Special Olympics works for the full social inclusion of athletes with intellectual disabilities through sports. But Special Olympics was established in 1968 in the US, in Chicago, actually, by one of the sisters of President Kennedy, Eunice Kennedy, because in the family, they had another sister, Rosemary, who had severe intellectual disabilities, and some bad things were done to her in the 60s. But let's take a moment to think about the 60s. 60s is a moment, the civil rights movement, things that happened in Europe, the independence movement in Africa, when the power equation changed. I can't think of another moment in recent history when power equation has been affected so much. And as we're talking about empowerment, I would take a moment to speak about that. Power is not given away easily. It comes with a fight. What happened to an average American family during the Second World War? A very simple example, to demonstrate what we are talking about, power. So what happened to an average American family? Not only American family, many other families. The man went to the front, and the woman, who previously had been in the kitchen, went to work in the factory to support the war effort. This is the first time many women had a salaried job, and worked outside of the house doing domestic duties. War ends. Men come back home. What's the place for the woman? Is she going back home to the kitchen? No. She has experienced empowerment. This is when women started enrolling in universities. This is when women, this is the emancipation movement. This is really when women became much more active in the civic society, in the civic space. And obviously that had a large economic impact on everything. This is when microwaves, vacuum cleaners, freezers came around, because somebody had to replace what women used to do in the kitchen. But this is how empowerment worked back then. What happened in African countries? Many Africans fought on the side of the great powers. If you get a chance to go to Lake Tanganyika, which is between Tanzania and Congo and Burundi, there is a German ship there that transports people. It was a military ship that was brought there in pieces, assembled there, and manned by Africans. War ends. They're no longer needed in the army. They're told, go back home, go work in the fields. They didn't work. They had experienced power. And this led to an independent movements in Africa. So today, when we speak about migrants or asylum seekers or refugees, in a way, we define a group of people by their administrative situation in a state, which I personally think is a shame today to think in those medieval terms. But that comes, we're defining nationality, we're defining state here when we speak about migrants. Several years ago, I participated in a debate with two very interesting people, Brad Smith from Microsoft and Teresa Swinehart from a company called ICANN. Now, Brad Smith works for Microsoft still today. His job is to think crazy things, to think about the future, to think about what the world could look like. And Teresa, who works for ICANN is the company that controls the internet. ICANN is the company that provides protocol for the internet. It's a private company today, but it started as a project of the US government. And a very interesting discussion they had was about the need to rewrite the Geneva Convention. Geneva Convention is the one that talks about war, what can be done on war. But Brad and Teresa was saying, look, wars have changed. Wars used to be where one country against another country, there is one army against another army, and there is a front line. That's out the window. This is not how this works anymore. This is no longer valid. One of the most important prerequisites of the state that defines a state is no longer valid. But politicians still use all definitions of state, nationality to keep their jobs. And, many of our colleagues that we have worked on this project together come from the Western Balkans. They have experienced the hard way what the definition of identity, national identity, and what the definition of a state means. Now, people identify very strongly with sports. mostly with team sports. You know, we know football. We all know football, how that works. And it's not only football. You know, we know the pride that an athlete and a supporter and a nation derives from sports. And we identify very strongly with sports as people. I'll tell you a crazy anecdote, and again, I'm going back to history. The cricket test. In the past, if England, if UK wanted to eventually consider the application of a foreigner for British citizenship, they used what they call the cricket test. Many nationality seekers in England came from the Indian subcontinent, India and Pakistan, where cricket is a very popular sport. So the test for British nationality was, which national cricket team would you support? Would you support the Indian or Pakistani cricket team or the English cricket team? How deep our affiliation with sports goes. You know, and talking about the British Empire, earlier this week, the Queen is no longer the head of state of Barbados, you know, which is a very, you know, antiquated idea, the Commonwealth, in my mind. And I was just wondering, you know, had a funny conversation with my kids, if Rihanna travels to England, what kind of visa she will need if she travels on her Barbadian passport. Now, sports, empowerment through sports. Why through sports exactly? Could be employment, could be education. And as you mentioned, when you were reading my CV, there was a moment in my life when I had a refugee status. You know, I was born in Bulgaria. I was on the Berlin Wall. When I moved to Belgium, there was a moment in my life where I had a refugee status. Many of our colleagues from, you know, again, the Western Balkans remember that moment, you know, much later, vividly. But the contribution that I made to my host country was through education. I was no good at sports. Why sports may be a better tool, and specifically grassroots sports. Grassroots sports is a community activity. You can see immediately how somebody who practices grassroots sports, who comes from a different country, contributes to the host community at a grassroots level. The grassroots level. I was also thinking, you know, we're talking migration. I was also thinking, you know, which is the country in the world, if we can talk about that, that has contributed most migrants to the world. It will probably be not a very accurate definition, but I was thinking about that. And actually, there is a country with very ancient history who, ironically, next year will be celebrating only 100 years since it was established as a country. What migrants from this country have contributed to the world. Now, think about that. Tell me which one of you has not enjoyed a pint of Guinness in an Irish pub anywhere around the world. Ireland has around 3 million people living in Ireland and about 40 million people who carry an Irish passport and live around the world. Think about the contribution a country, migrants, can make to their host communities. And I will finish by a very vivid example of what migrants can contribute to their host country through sports. Several FIFA World Cups ago, I can't honestly remember which one exactly, there was a cartoon about the French national football team representing France. And those were during years when Nicolas Sarkozy was president of France. And on the political spectrum, he was on the right side. And I remember this cartoon which set the French national team according to Sarkozy. The French national team, according to Sarkozy, had one player. Out of 11 players, had one player who was born in France. I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much for this very inspiring overview. And I really like how you really connect the different dimensions of the issue, going from the Geneva regulation to the French national team going via Sarkozy. My question would be about what you were mentioning about the identification via sport. You went back in the past, for example, with the example of cricket. There is something which makes me really impressed when I see some images from, let's say, developing country like in Africa, when you have the children that they wear the football jersey of the main Western teams, let's say. And then I'm wondering if still today the shortcut that you create between each kid that plays football in every kind of context to the elite, like Cristiano Ronaldo, which was mentioned before also by Luciano Di Fonso, is still a good way to use also the diplomatic dimension of sport, which can be really a tool to promote empowerment, inclusion, and any other benefit in any kind of context for any kid. If this is clear what I'm trying to ask.
I can give you my opinion about the positive impact that sports can make on diplomacy, but I would also say on human rights as well. A very simple example: the stand that the World Tennis Governing Body took about abuse of a player in China. That's a perfect example how sports can have a very positive impact, not only on diplomacy, on human rights. Over to you.
There is not a better ending with this reflection and the fact there's something happening in China for the ones who was not aware. WTA player Peng Chu was number 3 in the world. Has actually accused someone, vice minister of in China, and basically now the World Tennis Association took a stand against, and basically all the tournaments in China next year are not going to happen until this athlete can freely talk about what happened, because we all suspect that basically she's there, she's going in some interview, but she's not free to talk about, and there are some pressure to the family and so on. That's just for the few ones they don't know what happens. Cristo, was really a pleasure to have you with us virtually. I hope the next conference to see you in presence, because I didn't actually meet you in presence, or maybe just few seconds in Brussels actually.
Yeah.
And as usual, very inspiring contribution, and I wish you a good continuation on your Friday there in Brussels. I guess.
Looking forward to seeing you again in Brussels or elsewhere, and I will stay on at the conference. It's a fantastic, very inspiring conference. Thank you.
You stay with us and tell your friends to watch this streaming live. Thank you.
I also would like to have technical communication, which is not too technical. We are on stage, we have microphone, we have some guests that they are speaking online, but of course, if there are feedback, comments, or questions, there is also the chance we can technically arrange with microphone also in the room, and somehow also for those attending the conference online, we will try to make it in the best possible in order to have the highest participation, and that everyone can somehow express himself, his wish, his ideas. I would move on then with the program. As I said before, one of the interesting dimension of this project for me is that it involves different kind of organization with different profiles. And I think if we speak like in the bar, we can say that sport can produce many outcome positive, but I don't think that this is always automatic. So sometimes it's also important to have academic institution that they give more value to the activity that many organizations they do on the grassroots level. And I would then move on with the section dedicated to the sport management, and then we will be linked, I mean, in line with the Catholic University of Murcia. We will have two guests that they will alternate themselves in the presentation. We have Professor Antonio Sanchez Pato, full professor in sports science and professor of philosophy of sport, and also Dean of the Faculty of Sport of the Catholic University of Murcia, so in Spain. And then Lourdes Meroño Garcia, Master Coordination, Research and in Physical Education and Health, Department of Physical Activity and Sports Science, Faculty of Sport, once again in the Catholic University of Murcia. Also in this case, we are speaking about a presentation done virtually, so at distance. And I understand that we have our guest online. We still see them in a screen with this position that when I look myself in the screen looking this way is very strange, but yeah, this is how it goes in the pandemic time. So welcome in our conference, and I would leave the stage to our guests.
Good morning to everyone. First of all, I want to thank to Minavaganti NGO, to Roberto Solinas, and to Maria. I'm going to share the screen. Are you seeing the screen? It's okay?
Not yet.
No?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this important international conference for the dissemination of this project, the European project. We are very happy to be here, and thank you. Well, we are going to speak about the sport management perspective. We are going to share with you the perspective of the UCAM, of our university. I'm going to speak first. Second one goes to speak my colleague, Lourdes Meroño. Well, the perspective about the integration of to use the sport as a tool to integration of the migrants is for us a perspective, a long perspective, because we began working with the European projects in 2015, and we are working in this topic for 6 years. Very important to focus in this fact. The European Union funding research on migration has grown steadily, specifically framework program of Horizon 2020. The consequence of this fact is that nowadays this leads to developing through international research with partners and case studies from across Europe and many different regions in the world. But I'm going to talk about us, who we are. UCAM is a very young university. We founded 25 years ago. It's a private Catholic university. You can see in the screen the number of degrees, official degrees, master degrees, PhD programs, the number of professors. But the very important thing for us is our vision. Our mission in the university world, because we are Catholic, and for us the integration and to help all the people is very important. And for the reason, we use the structure of university to help the people who are with needs to develop a normal life. Well, our structure to develop the European projects is the following. We have a faculty of sport with academic staff, teachers and research, and we have a very important structure to support our projects. It's the International Project Office. It's a unit attached on the Vice Rector's Office for Research, is responsible for the international management of the UCAN scientific projects. For us, it's very important to help us to develop the European project. Now we are going to see some examples of Erasmus project developed by the Faculty of Sport about the specific topics of migrants, empowerment through sport. Lourdes, when do you want? When you want?
Yes, thank you very much. I go to share the presentation. Okay, Antonio, is possible to share with me the presentation, please? I can't share the presentation.
Lourdes, si quieres la comparto yo.
Sí, por favor. Sí.
Venga.
Morning, my name is Lourdes. Thank you very much for this opportunity and congratulations for this event. Now we are going to talk about some Erasmus Plus project developed by the Faculty of Sport about migrants empowerment through sport. With the topic Migrant Inclusion through Sport from UCAM, we have developed several projects. For example, SPIRS. This is sport, inclusion and interculturality in society. And the main purpose of this project was to promote social inclusion, equal opportunities through physical activity and sport for all. In next slide, we share a manual about good practices as product of this project. Another example is IRTE's integration of refugees through sport, and this project aims to promote social inclusion too and equal opportunities through sport and physical activity. This is another publication on this experience. And the last example is Givings. This is the last project for us. And the name is Youth with Immigrant Background in Sports. In this project, sport was the same interconnecting agent in structures and stakeholders within the community or network into working cross-sectoral to facilitate the integration and social inclusion of youth with immigrant background in sports. The three keywords were inclusion, integration, and collaborations. In this page, you can see this information based on the webpage, Twitter, Facebook, and several information about this. The dissemination was shared through social networks, and this is an example of the main aims to the project with three keywords: social inclusion, collaboration, and it's very important to share this knowledge with the other institutions. In conclusion, this project was very important for us because we can share this information and we can share the different knowledge based on organization, educational, and institutional risk. In conclusion, from UCAM, according to our experience in last project, the curricular pathways for migrants empowerment through sport is based on this aspect. One, to reflect about the migration as a reflection of the change in the current educational, because it's part of life, and in many countries, immigrant families are relevant part of the population. Number two, to ensure that personal and social situation, for example, gender or status, should not be a barrier to achieving educational development. And number three, to promote teacher education based on holistic models. It's very important for us, the teacher education related to pedagogical models that can be a good example for the society and for the different teacher and coach. This is an example of a product of GBS project where we can see the different organizations, educational organization, business, municipal sport clubs, and sport services. This is the main or the brief abstract about this. And thank you very much. And sorry because I'm teaching in swimming pool this morning. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now, to finish our presentation, I'm going to talk about a very important experience for us, because for us, the student athletes, we are focused in the student athletes career, because for us, the student athletes are for us a person who need our support to develop the dual career, student and athlete career. It's for the reason is an example of integration of the students in the universities. We finished two projects in the last years. First one is the developing an innovative European sport tutorship model for the dual career of athletes, and the second one, European Sport Leadership Program. You can see the outcomes, the books, the results of the research and the work in this project. And I think it's very interesting to be part of this project because the student athletes need our help. Another one is the More Than Goal project. We make two manuals, one of this about for the authorities and another one for the institutions to help to integrate the students, athletes in the universities and in other academic structures. And the last project is running now. It's a very interesting project about the inclusion of the name is the dual career of student athletes with disability as a tool for social inclusion. And the aim is to enable high-level sportsmen and women with something of disabilities to successfully complete their sports and university career without undermining one over the other. is very important at this point. The name means that the high-level athletes can to develop. They have to decide to select one of the student of the athletic careers, and the objective is to develop the dual career. Well, you can see some of the references about our publications, about the topic, and nothing else. Thank you very much for your attention, and congratulations for the Congress.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Lourdes. Applause coming from the audience here. I would like to say that with UCAM, we are collaborating in several projects. They are very well known by everybody in the sports sector. They are very productive in terms of project design, publications. Some publication, I think we are already working on something together, and we are partners in several projects, and more are coming in the future. And decir, muchas gracias por pasar ese viernes con nosotros. It was very nice to have you in the field, Lourdes, so we could hear people doing sport, which actually we are here sitting all with jackets, and sometimes we have to come back to the field. And you mentioned dual career, you mentioned projects that are about inclusion of people with disability. We had right before you Mr. Christoph Velkov, and I can really see a connection for a project maybe in the future. But this is not about talking right now in a conference. And thank you, Dean Antonio Sanchez Pato. Thank you, Lourdes Meroño.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And sorry, guys, I know that you see the agenda and you think we are going to coffee break, but we need to take 10 minutes more of your time because we are behind schedule. So we come back to who we are. Mina Vaganti NGO. Here on the stage, there are two founders. We are an institution that is doing mostly European funds, direct funds. Project designing, project implementation on more than 150 projects in Erasmus Plus strategic partnership. We are doing research, as you could see, also from some of our partners. We are doing consultancy because we are submitting projects for other institutions, and we are doing networking in a way of having a network of 37 NGOs. It's called MV International. Maria, she's the president. And we are also educators. We started with non-formal education. Education through sport is a methodology, as I said. We've been pioneers, and now it's very interesting to see the path. We are actually doing research on something we started on the field. Of course, now, first of all, Maria was here, and we didn't have time to hear her voice. So, Maria, she could talk for hours, more than me. So maybe you can go on with my start, and of course, also launch the video that we have to show. And the floor is for Maria. And big applause for the co-director, co-founder of Mina Vaganti NGO.
Yes, thank you very much, Roberta. Not a mute fish. People in the room know me very well, that I can speak for hours. Any case, for the ones that don't know me, other co-found or co-sole of the 4 entities, actually, because we used to say with Roberto that we have 4 babies. 3 of them are based in Italy and 1 in Germany, NGO Nest Berlin, which was born in 2016. As Roberto mentioned, we are very active in the field of European projects and international funds. In a way, we are also cross-bridging in between formal and non-formal education. We are also one of the 3-4 organizations, for instance, running a consortium of 10 universities in Italy, meaning sending professors to lecture abroad and, giving additional funds, especially for students to do experience like traineeship abroad. This is also the reason why we have many universities representative here. Whatever we do are creating and conceiving and developing new educational products that are going to be tested through international pilotings, and then roll it up into, I would say, the market. So meaning that they are open sources resources that can be used by everyone. Saying this, I would like to launch as well our video that in a nutshell tells our story and how we started back in 2009.
What opportunities and experiences are you missing? The journey of Minivigante NGO started with the idea of two co-founders to establish an NGO based on core values like intercultural dialogue, social and green entrepreneurship, sport as a tool of education, inclusion of migrants and people with disability. MVNGO staff was shaped during the years. It has now professionals in project design, education and training, research, international mobility and consultancy to public and private sector. For our staff of professionals, it means being social entrepreneurs and keeping the passion for social purposes in a modern concept of NGO. MVNGO works on Erasmus+, H2020, Justice, COSME, and many different other programs, conferences and meetings. MVNGO is structured in departments: MVNGO Project and Research Hub, MVNGO VET and HEI Department, MVNGO Adult and Training, MVNGO Sport Branch, MVNGO Youth Division. MVNGO is accredited as EBS hosting, sending, and coordinating organization. 250 mobilities per year. MVNGO in 2012 founded its own network, MV International, which has now 37 NGOs from all over Europe and 8 from other continents. In 2016 was launched a new branch, NGO Nest Berlin. The journey has just begun. Jump on it.
Jump on it. So, I add something. You could see some pictures there. Maria was just saying where we were young, but we have all the stuff, some of the stuff here that actually will keep the legacy, I hope. This video is about what we are in a nutshell. It's from 3 years ago. I guess it's time to keep this, the phrasing, the sentences and the branding, but to put some new images. And we're gonna use, of course, pictures and materials, video materials of today. So I'm very happy that some of the stuff is here and we are all very elegant and formal. So we're gonna use to the new video. Maybe we can ask the technicians to help us to make the new video for a bit of branding. Applause for technician, by the way, again. So to say, I can add, for instance, for my personal life, I consider mostly a social entrepreneur. As I said, I'm also evaluator of a Horizon program, and we are not working all in the Erasmus Plus, but projects are just numbers. And for us, it's also important what the impact we have on people around Europe, around the world. As you could see, we had project in Africa, we had project in South America, we had projects all over. But sometimes the thing that brought us to sleep, well, I say we, but I think Maria agrees, is that the stuff, fantastic stuff we have, and to create, a little reality here in Sardinia, in Sassari, where there are not so many opportunities and people want to migrate economically to some other countries, or Milan or whatever. Talking too much, Samantha? What is Samantha? Yeah, so applause for Maria, and Maria wants to go on now.
Yes, just briefly, just remind a little bit of numbers, because besides me and Roberto, there are people working with us. Some of them are here represented, physically presented in the room. In Sassari, in our headquarters, we have 25 people working with us, permanent employees. Some of them are interns or coming with different source of funding, like ESCs, European Solidarity Corps, or Trainship, or Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs. In Berlin, we have 4 staff members, but all over the world, because we are literally covering all the continents. We can count around 60 collaborators from different kind of level, starting from professors from the Philippines that they're going to give even a speech today. At the end of that of the conference, or some of them are located in other countries or in other areas of Italy. When Roberto said that we are going to sleep, both of us are very happy and proud of what we have done, like creating those babies or those entities, those NGOs, giving and providing opportunities to people, not just here in Italy, but all over the world. That's absolutely true. But I also want to suggest that projects are made by people and for people. And coming back to the topic of this lovely conference and projects, I would like to underline that there are three main keywords that can well describe the work done: empowerment, upskilling, and then we use the word migrants. Migrants, as well said by Christoph Elkov, is like an administrative term, or I would say category. Behind that word, there is, human being. There are people. There are different definitions. There are different level and competencies. What we have done here in this journey, starting 2018, is creating some modules, some products that can be disseminated, above all, freely available to everyone that wants to have access of it. Manual, handbook, and also some webinar divided into a specific and nice topic that Samantha said that is going to introduce right now, are available in our website, and they will be there for free. So please help us as well in disseminate these opportunities. Whoever wants to have the opportunity to know more, to upskill herself or himself, and to learn more about management. Now I kindly invite Samantha Sedda, Mrs. Sedda, to come here and explain us. Yes,
Okay.
applause for Samantha.
We started explaining the first two outputs with the video of 7 minutes. You remember the long video, but the project went on with, after the research, what happened, Samantha? Please on stage.
Thank you very much. So I'm Samantha Sedda, ATS trainer and linguistic and culture mediator. So I participate in the production of the other outputs of this project. So Roberto already introduced the research phase of the project. So we produced 2 research reports. They are available in our website. And then we proceed with education and training part of the project. So we developed a curriculum based on the previous research reports that was enlisting all the knowledge, skills, and competencies that a good sport manager should have. And based on this curriculum, we then develop a training format that is based on education through sport methodology. So all the workshop sessions inside this training format are not based just on, let's say, university seminar style, but they're based on the education through sport. So they're really active and interactive sessions in which sport and non-formal education works together in order for participants to acquire specific competencies and skills. Then we also develop some guidelines, especially because we know that for sport operators, sometimes education through sport can be a little bit particular because they're used to sport performance. So we develop a handbook that it's actually targeted at sport operators to be introduced on how to use this kind of methodology, then to replicate, then to use it to train migrants, potential new sport managers. Furthermore, we know that in some countries, it's really difficult to involve this type of target group. So we develop local action plan, is the intellectual output 6. So all countries are providing you some tips on how to involve, recruit this target group, and how to organize a proper training involving them. Last but not least, we have the iOS 7, that is the guide. And actually, in this specific output, we include some activities and guidelines for the sport organizations on how to help these trained migrants from the, let's say, the training process to be integrated directly in the work. So how to help them like with work-based learning, for example, for them to be integrated inside sport clubs, sport federation, and then why not to be entrepreneurs and to open their own business. And last output that I will tell you about is the learning platform, because of course we know that it's not always possible to have physical activities. So the learning platform is based on the same thematics as the training format, and is available on the website. It is divided in the 7 modules. In each modules, you will have a webinar available that will provide you with the theoretical and practical knowledge related always to the competencies that a good sport manager should have. Then you have some materials to study a little bit, and then also some practical exercise that the user can do at home. So a first approach at home, and then of course there is the quiz part for you to understand if you reached all the learning outcomes of that module. So as you can say, to summarize, this project is based on research, education, and training, and then we have also guidelines. So a full package for sport organizations to involve migrants in the management field. Thank you very much.
Big applause for Samantha. Without her and Mr. Paolo Menescardi that is sitting there, applause for Paolo, even if you don't know him. They help the so-called Envingio Sport branch so much in the last years, and it's also because of their help in the coordination, and together with partners that are sitting there, we will find a moment to interact with you later. They were a protagonist of this production of contents, and but as I said, everything started more than 4 years ago. So it's been a long journey with many people involved. So to say, we are 12 minutes later. Could have been worse. Let's have the coffee break. We will ask the next speaker to start 11:35. And enjoy your coffee and see you soon. Applause for Antonio. Welcome back. After a short coffee break, we are ready to get back with the program. Antonio, what's happening now?
Well, we will keep reflecting upon the relation between grassroots activity and academy. And the session is entitled Migrants Empowerment in Sport Management. And our guest is Professor Barbara Mazza, President of the Organization and Marketing for Enterprise of Communication, Director of Master in Communication and Management of Sport Events, Advisory Member at Account Manager Sports Center for l'Università di Roma, La Sapienza, Italy. Warm welcome to Professor Barbara Mazza.
Good morning. Can you put my presentation, please?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation to this important conference, especially to Maria Grazia Pirina and Roberto Solinas and all organizers. I don't see my...
Our technicians are working on it.
Okay, meanwhile they are fixing the technology, I think Professor Mazza, you should share because it works like Zoom. You should find down a button where is written share the screen. But in the meantime, I would like also to tell our stories because I consider you, Professor Mazza, a kind of mentor for me. Because before, due to the lack of time, I didn't mention my background, but I was studying at University La Sapienza, communication and marketing, and I had the pleasure to work together with Professor Mazza, especially doing some statistical research in the field of sports. Back at that time, oh my God, it was 2004 or even 2005, now I don't remember, with the opportunity to do several research, especially in collaboration with Connie. So you see, this conference is also a good starting point to see friends, colleagues, or mentors like Professor Mazza. Now, I saw your presentation there, so I leave you the floor to you.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Today I address the issue of empowerment of disadvantaged target groups with a migratory background in sports management. The goal of my presentation is to reflect on how empowerment promotes inclusion and equal job opportunities, as well as the enhancement of people with cultural differences within a sports organization to encourage the assumption of roles of responsibility. The reflection that I present to you, in line with the objectives of the CPMES project, I'm at examining approaches and methods of empowerment to favor the integration of migrants and to break down forms of discrimination and stereotyping, especially in the sports world, in which the integration of migrants is still underpowered, as shown by the research presented by the project. Empowerment can therefore be for sports companies a strategic tool for sharing ideas and developing new approaches to the integration of migrants, but also for optimizing heterogeneous profiles that can bring enrichment and cultural diversity in sports organizations. As Europe believes, this graph can contribute to good organizational functioning and a better enhancement of diversity in a context that's already particularly oriented towards inclusion and universalism. My presentation talks about three aspects. The first, definition and distinctive features to highlight the aspects on which sports management must focus its attention, both on terms of training policies and processes of inclusion and integration. The second, the value of empowerment in sports management to identify ways to promote the full integration of migrants in sports organizations. The third, action and strategies of empowerment in sports management, highlight in the light of some aspects that emerged from the CPMES project, how to intervene to encourage empowerment of migrants. Regarding the first point, it must be emphasized the empowerment as a multifaceted concept that activates greater intrinsic motivation for the task that changes, internal or external to the person, through various factors: a sense of impact, competence, significance, and choice. Active orientation of employees' job roles implies meaning, competence, self-determination, and impact. It's a construct made up of three levels. Individual, who is determined by the ability to do, the goes some psychological factors. Empowerment at the individual level allows the development of critical understanding of the organizational environment and the one's own participation. In sports management, even more than in other contexts, at an individual level, it's therefore necessary to increase self-determination in relation to the combination of the original cultural background and the organizational one. The result is that an authorized person may believe that they can influence a given context, understand how the system works, and engage in behavior to be exercised in the context. Organizational level, which must favor the inclusion and development of people's skills, creating the best conditions for their employment success. It's a process aimed at releasing the personal and professional potential to achieve with full satisfaction objectives relevant to themselves and to the organization. For the inclusion of migrants, the empowerment processes are based on a positive internal leadership that must generate external trust in the other members of the community. The result is thus participatory of coping behaviors, operational effectiveness, and involvement increase. Community level that affects the relational aspects. They are essential for the full integration of people in the organizational context. And this also has positive implications on the individual and collective identity and on the quality of life even outside the workplace. Its level refers to collective action aimed at improving the connections between organizations and agencies in the community. For the inclusion of migrants, it's important to promote their collective identity must be strengthened starting from emotional ties to solve common problems, promote understanding of social meanings, and stimulate people to express themselves. The result is that through community empowerment, the competent community is created in which people have the skills, motivation, and the resources to undertake life enhancing activities, develop a critical awareness of the environment, understand the causative agents and options, and develop the necessary skills. The fundamental levers for empowerment are the dissemination of the organizational culture that encourage the active participation of employees in decision-making activities, the participatory climate that influences the feelings of empowerment of employees. But above all, an approach to inclusion based on model of emerging variety that favors an inclusive approach in which differences are an added value that enrich the environment and not just elements to be integrated. This is possible if the planned actions are implemented: membership, commitment, and engagement. However, as the research also confirms, in Europe, there is lack of policies focused on these aspects in sports management. What are the strengths of empowerment in sports management compared to other work environments? They consist in the ability to transfer the typical values of sport in shared activities to strengthen the meaning and value of commitment, relationship, participation, and involvement. This, therefore, means being able to strengthen the levels of empowerment more easily if you act correctly. A criticality that is still emerges in various studies regarding power and sports management concerns female empowerment, especially that which affects women from the disadvantages categories. This is an important aspect to work on, especially at an organizational community level. Several studies have shown that enhancing skills and commitment are particularly effective for women for their emancipation, self-determination, and therefore better integration. Women, more than men, need to be listened to and to confront each other to solve problems, overcome gender gaps, and avoid forms of resistance to the culture in which they must be inserted. The CPMES study found that about 1 in 3 women don't wish to receive training in sports management. And this is a critical aspect that confirms the importance of fulfilling the gender gaps. For example, in traditionally more masculine sports clubs, women reject the notion of gender and adopt masculine attitudes. But this means hindering empowerment while we must power a process of equal opportunities for expression, self-awareness, and self-determination. In light of this consideration, what action and strategies to implement to enhance the empowerment of migrants? Alongside some actions consistent with the typical processes of empowerment in 3 levels indicated and focused on aspects of membership and commitment through training, cooperational, and organizational well-being, as you see in the slide. In general, it's important to increase motivation, encourage commitment, and stimulate engagement through targeted communication actions. A fundamental aspect of empowerment is the care of motivation both internally and externally, as indicated in the main definitions from the beginning of this presentation. Stimulating motivation means stimulating different forms of gratification, and this generates 4 types of motivational thrust. If you leverage internal motivation to obtain emotional gratification, you get reassurance. If you focus on gratification linked to experiences and behaviors, it intensifies the expression of competence. On the contrary, when you work on motivation external to people to stimulate emotional gratification, you get sharing. While if you focus on experiential gratification, you get greater security and therefore affirmation of the person. The second fundamental aspect of empowerment is strengthening of the commitment linked to the development of the sense of belonging to the organization and to the community that composes it. To create and strengthen this commitment, it's useful to leverage on 3 dimensions: the normative, link based on integration into the organizational culture, and on the strengthening of psychological empowerment. The affective or the emotional bond that is strengthening when there is respect for cultural variety and therefore the enhancement of the characteristic touches of the person, the enhancement of behavior and leadership management capable of enhancing variety. The third dimension, finally, concern the link based on the evaluation of the cost benefits that incentivize the relationship of the individual with the organization on the basis of the advantages he obtains from his belonging or from evaluation of an instrumental nature. In any case, this dimension favors the hiring of awareness and the shared identity. The third aspect concerns the role of communication that instead involves listening, sharing experience, and above all, an advancement process that must lead to encouraging formation, collaboration, and co-creation as an expression of greater intensity of commitment and membership. In this way, it stimulates engagement. Facilitating the narration of the person's life path helps to generate autonomy, self-efficacy, and time management at the individual level to create empowered communities and to decrease cultural differences towards migrants at the community and organizational level. Finally, considering that the CPMES study has identified the digital skills of migrants, it may be useful to exploit the digital tools to intensify relationships, comparison, and cooperation as well as the enhancement of skills. In particular, the literature highlights that these modalities are more efficient also for supporting female empowerment. They perceive a certain degree of control and influence in the organization, becoming more responsible. As Malala Yousafzai says, I raise my voice not so that I could scream, but so that the voiceless ones could be heard. We can't be successful when half of us fall behind. For this reason, it's essential to strengthen migrants' empowerment processes in all European countries because they also strengthens the efficiency of sports management. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Mazza. Really appreciate also because I know you are a little bit sick. So thank you very much for being with us today. And you tackle many aspects actually that, we were just brainstorming fastly with my colleague that might lead to, I don't know, there are 3-4 project ideas. So I know that the University La Sapienza represented by you, it's very interesting to do and to develop some projects in the field of Erasmus Plus sports. So we will keep surely in touch for this. And also some of the points that you tackle were also mentioned by the UCAM University in Murcia. So I think there is already, some food for our minds as project designer to create and to conceive new project ideas. Thank you very much.
I would add, as per slogan of the conference, more than a conference, a platform for new ideas, new projects. And I guess I can really see connection with University of Sapienza and other institution that had the time to talk. But she's not with us anymore. You wanted to ask something?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
We are fine.
So, moderator.
Yes. It's true. The ideas is one of the classical field where 1 + 1 is not necessarily 2, but if you have one idea plus one idea, usually makes 25. When you have good idea and good brain, as we have in this platform, more than a conference, a platform. Very interesting, the point, I think, about equal opportunity and gender equality. And we will try to, it will be tackled also later. I really think that the project, they work because of the people, because of the connection, as we have just seen. And now we try to go also on the experience of the people. And what is very interesting, I think, of the next panel is that we somehow will think about some sport that they are non-mainstream probably in Italy and in our, let's say, continent or in the country where our distinguished guests will be speaking. And I would then start with Totoni Sanna, softball tournament commissioner member. Please join me. And then, if I spazio? Okay.
You understand?
As you wish. As you wish. Feel free to find.
No.
But please, you can do that. Yes, it should work.
Working?
No. It should. Yes. No, yes.
Now, yes. Okay. I can stay maybe better like this. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and good morning. I am Totoni Sanna, come from Nuoro, Italy. And I want to thank you, first of all, Minervagante MGO, to this invitation. It was a pleasure. Even I collaborated with this company for a few times, and every time is very interesting to participate because every day I can think that I can learn, and I'm very happy to give my little experience in my sport life. I am a volunteer, and when I read the title of this meeting, I felt that I am a migrant. Why? Because I start from one small place of Sardinia. In the center of Sardinia is only 35,000 people living in one different. Sorry? Perfect. Okay, no problem. No problem. I can change even this. It's better.
Yes. Or you can, if you want to stand up, you can come here.
Here, that's the stage. If you prefer to stay,
You are the.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay? Okay, perfect. And then I said, I feel like a migrant because so I start this my career in sport in one little town in Sardinia, in one discipline. Sport discipline is baseball, and softball is not the national sport in our country. And then started from nothing, so no field, only few people and some friends that want to start to create this experience. In 2 years we will be 30 years in our club. So we were born in 1993, and we are nothing, no field, no team, some players, and then we start this experience. And now we play in the top league in the Serie A1 softball. It is a female sport, and we are proud to, because we organize a lot of tournament. And why this experience? This experience is very important because started in nothing, we learned, we studied, we had a lot of experience that I also already saw in all the people that talked before me, and how the integration of the experience, how to start the motivation that we had in the past, how to discover, how to learn, how to what we can find outside of this village, Nuoro, what we can find outside of Sardinia, and also what we can find outside of Italy. Then we start this process to organize competition, to organize meetings, to meet people for different countries, and in that case, we can say that we learn a lot of information, and in that case, we have the possibility to the time. Okay, and the time that we said what we can improve, how we can give to also the local people, so our players from Nuoro, what we can give, because we want that they can have this kind of experience. And then tournament, then competition, and then we organized in 30 years, more or less 25 international tournaments. And these 25 international tournaments in Nuoro, Sardinia, Barbagia, we had more or less 20 different countries from the United States, New Zealand, China, Czech Republic, Spain, GB, France, also Germany. And we had this opportunity then that also our people, local people, growing up a lot, and we gave the opportunity to go in the top league. Now we have the team. We are the only one in Sardinia that are playing in the top league. We played it once in the European League, and we had this opportunity. Why? Because we felt that our job in the social part of our life, that if we cannot go straight directly and to have this opportunity, we have to bring to us people that can help us to grow up. This is my personal life. So this also helped me to arrive to learn, to discover different situations in the like official, because start to be member of Italian Baseball and Softball Federation. I've been for 2 terms for 8 years vice president, and also thanks to that I start to work in the European Softball Federation for 2 terms, being the first vice president for 4 years. It was a great job. Now I am a member of the tournament commission in the WBSC, the World Baseball and Softball Confederation, and I had a great chance, I guess, that the goal of every person that work in the sport is to arrive to the Olympic Games. And in this in Tokyo 2020, I have I was so proud to this. It was a dream, and it was a dream to participate like a member of a technical commission at Tokyo Olympic Games. So starting from nothing, again, nothing. So we had zero, only passion. We arrived, and when I say we arrived, because of my I was lucky to be a part of the family of the Olympic Games, but I know inside of me, I know that I can do that only because I was a part of a family, sport family. I was part of the group that helped me to arrive to this opportunity. The meaning is that thanks to the sport, thanks to the integration sport, thanks to the possibility to work together, you can have a lot of dream, and thanks to the dream, if you follow the dream, if you study, if you have a good abnegation, you can jump to the dream and jump to the goal.
Thank you for this inspiring speech. I think we have one of the major issues in our Western society is the high rate of physical inactivity. And I think one of the reasons is because not every child finds the sport where he or she is good at. And I can give you a personal anecdote. I work as a sport journalist in Slovenia, and months ago, it was the final for the male volleyball European Championship. Italy defeated Slovenia. In Slovenia, we had a big party in the main street, in the main square, and then they were on the first page of each newspaper. In Italy, Gazzetta dello Sport placed the gold medal, so not the silver, the gold, at page 54, after many pages of football. So I really think that more kids, more people would be more physically active, would enjoy the benefit of sport if they would find their sport. And I think all the niche sport, maybe we can say in this way, they have this mission to promote their sport so many children can play, so many people can come, and so on and so forth. My question is, since the big part of the grassroots sport is based on the volunteers, can a volunteer person coming from another country where maybe your sport is very popular bring a positive impact of the development of this kind of sport in a country which doesn't have that kind of tradition. Can you understand? Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also. Have you been in Nuoro?
Once passing by. Yeah.
No, because it looked like that you were born in Nuoro because you were. Now it was I can say yes because it's even the life of my club. So, what was about the problem? Because we had depression. We had me and my colleagues. We had the idea where we want to arrive from nothing to top league. But the problem is, do we have the skills? So are we ready to prepare these people? No. And then we had to find someone that is better than you. And for that it was smiling because this is our history also. And I say, yes, you have to bring the professional people, the most professional people that you have around, and you have the possibility because it's not voluntary. Because when you bring people from outside of your country, you have to pay. And then when we started with the project, where is the best people that we can that we have the possibility that afford to bring here, and then we took a look about in Cuba. Cuba is another island where the baseball and softball is a national sport. A lot of professional people, mostly over there, they go to the university, and even the player, and they study in the university in sport management. Then we started with this man, and when in 1998, we had the experience with these people that this man, Armando Aguiar-Gil is his name. He came in Italy, and I knew him because I had a connection with Cuba. He was coach of a Cuban national team, but in Italy, he was unknown people because no people knows this Armando Aguiar-Gil. He started the process. He brought after 2 years Nuoro softball in the playoff. And then when he stopped this job in Nuoro after the term 4 years in Nuoro, because we changed even the project, he stayed in Italy from 2000 to 2020. So 20 years he was in Italy, and after the playoff in Nuoro, he won 3 Italian titles in softball. He won 2 European championships. I mean that is normal and is clear for sport. Like there's not a lot of history like in Italy or even in Europe. I can say that you have to use the people and bringing like special migrants, but not migrant, people that can bring you a lot of experience from outside of Europe. So sport is also interesting because it's very open. In sport, there is not can say border. It is very important because when you are in sport, you can talk in the same line with the United States, Japan, New Zealand, Cuba, and so the answer is yes, you can do that.
So the answer is yes. Roberto, please.
I believe the professional and sport path of Totoni is an example of from ground zero to the highest level in a federation, an Italian level, but also involved at European and worldwide level. At the same time, it's about a niche sport that you promoted in the center of Sardinia. Maybe you already mentioned something, but how could you make baseball and softball and being practiced, and how you actually attract youngsters to play baseball? Because I guess even in Nuoro, they dream to play football.
Maybe the majority want to play soccer, but we have How we start? We start that when you play baseball and when you play softball, we understand that maybe is difficult because you don't see net, you don't see door, but is one special discipline when is the mix about individual sport and team sport. When you are hitting, you are alone, hitter and pitcher. Is a competition between pitching and hitter. But after that, you hit, or when you play in the field, is a team, is team sport, and the connection about the teammate are very, very important. What we give to in Nuoro, but in the world, I want to mention that Italy is a European champion in softball, and also was the only one European and Africa team in the Olympics. So we are not
Tony,
starting from zero.
this year we got every possible European championship all over in every sport, so it's okay. It's not just joke.
In the case of the volleyball, it was an article at the page 54. In the case of the softball, we had a small article right before the horoscope. This is the space that La Gazzetta give, and this I know because every Monday I have my radio show, so I check usually where the sports are located just for curiosity, because in Slovenia, anytime they have one athlete good in any discipline, they give space if there are good results. In Italy, probably European male volleyball championship is equal to eccellenza in football, and this is in a way it's an issue because the children, they will never come to play your sport if they don't know that it exists. So it's a bit of the cat which is running after his tail in a way. Yeah, I think the contribution of the foreigner will be useful to develop because they have probably skills and passion. And you said a point which was very interesting. You said that if you want to get professional from abroad, you should pay them. But we live also in very global society, and I'm then curious to know if this is always the case or if there are other reasons why the people migrate, because money and the profession is just one. And when a person migrates, then it brings all the package, the full package. And we will try now to reflect upon with the next speaker about the development of another sport which in Italy it's probably non-mainstream. Maybe it's not as niche as the baseball and softball. And I understand from the technician that we have already Alexandra Vassina, a former synchro swimming Olympic athlete and world champion, as well swimming coach and aqua gym instructor for Nuoto Club. Yes.
I want just to say thanks to Tony. Applause for him. Just to say that he's president of the softball club in Nuoro, and they are active in the Erasmus Plus. A bit of promotion for his club. We might work in some projects if you are interested to work and to develop something related to inclusion. To anything that was mentioned during this intervention. If you can stay with us if you want. I mean, if you are very enjoyable here in the stage.
Alexandra, we are now curious to hear about your experience in synchro swimming, which is another very, very interesting project for many, many reasons.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm very glad to be with you today. Unfortunately, on streaming, not personally, but still I'm happy because to speak about sport, just like Maria can speak about your projects for hours, I can speak about sport for hours because sport is, I would say, the key word of my life. And the migrant is who I am because I'm from Moscow. I moved for some reasons in Italy 12 years ago, and I started my activity. But before to start speaking about my experience here, I need to make some little preview because speaking about sport, I need to talk about some benefits of sport. So I'm from a sport family, the family of a professional athletes. My dad is the Olympic champion in diving. He won springboard 3 meters in Munich in 1972. Then my mom was a diver as well. My brother was the member of the Russian national team of water polo, and I was a synchronized swimmer. So we all was in the water. I started practicing synchronized swimming at the age of 7. And this is I would like to emphasize when because in Russia and that it was still Soviet Union. They always have a selection. They didn't take everyone. So they didn't want to take me in the group. I was considered like no talented, no perspectives. But they said, okay, we will let her try. And so I started. I worked very hard, and I became at the age of 13. I entered the national team, junior national team. I won the titles, European and world titles in all the categories. And then at the age of 17, I entered the national team. And being a part of the team, we won the first the world championship for the Russia in synchronized swimming, and that was in 1998. And since that, Russia didn't lose anything. So the Russia became number one, and for more than 20 years, it's on the top. But when I was 18, I was just continuing my career. I knew where I'm going, what I was planning, because the life of professional athlete is like a plan. You plan in 4 years, there will be Olympics, but this year I have the European Championship. So it's all planned, and you know what you will do in 5 years. And then due to injury, I had to quit at the age of 18. So I had to start from the beginning because I didn't plan to quit that early. So I didn't have a plan to what to do. So I started thinking, and I continued. At the time, I was already a student of the Russian Academy of Physical Science. I continued the studies, and I started to work as well in a fitness club. And I got another profession as a aquarobics instructor, which helped me as well here in Italy. But I didn't see me in a field of sport as a coach, as a fitness trainer for all my life. So I entered the Russian State University sociological faculty, and I specialized in marketing and communications. And when I graduated, luckily, I found an absolutely dream job. So I took a place in a new Russian company, Russian brand of sport brand, which started sponsoring Russian Olympic team since Salt Lake City in 2002. And they continued more than 50 years in the job. And I was in charge of sponsoring of national federations and the Olympic project. And we sponsored even international federations like International Tennis Federation. We were sponsoring Davis Cup and Fed Cup. So it was a great time. It was a great job. I worked at the Olympics in Torino, in Turin, and in Beijing, and in London. So it was great. I felt very on my side. But then all of a sudden, for some personal reasons, I had to move to Italy. And I had to start all over again. Because I left my career, I left everything, and I had to start again. And I was not really sure what to do, because with the sport, for many years I didn't deal with, and I was trying to find out what should I do. And luckily, I was invited to work as a coach consultant in the ancient, the oldest, I would say, sport club in Sardinia, Radinantes Cagliari, as a consultant in synchronized swimming. And 1 year I was consultant, and I felt myself that I can find my way here. And I took some courage, and I started to create my team, my synchronized swimming team in Nuoro, based on our local swimming club. And it was in 2013, so it's now 8 years. It was very, very challenging, because it's very special sport, very difficult sport. You have to put so many time to at least to start doing something. That is very tough. It's not like football, because at least you can do it. We all can run. We all can, at least one time we can hit the ball. But in synchronized swimming, before to start doing at least something, you have to work, work, and work. So the girls that I have in my group, they are very patient and they are ready to work. So it's since 2013, it's 8 years almost, minus 1 year and a half during the pandemic situation, our pool will close. So I was desperate because I knew that I would start again from the beginning. Because 1 year and a half to stop practicing your sport, it's like, it's yes, it's again from the beginning. But that's what sport taught me during all my life. That if you fall, you have to raise. If you fly, you have to go down on earth and to continue to work. You have to always continue. And also, sport is like a universal language. Because you don't have to be a professional athlete. You just need to practice sport. And the people that are practicing sport, they understand each other even without speaking, because it's a body language. It's like, something inside. There's some button inside. So that's why I think the sport is a universal instrument to help people to socialize in the situation when you forced to find your way. That I did. And also this is what I coach to my girls when they trying to do some new element, some new thing, and they say, no, I cannot do it. And I say, this is not the phrase that you should say. You should say, oh, it's quite tricky, but I'll try. So this is the importance of sport. That sport teaches you always go forward, always move, always struggle, always to get better. And to be sure that tomorrow you will be better than today. So this is thank you for your attention. I hope that this platform will help us to share experiences, and this is I think it's very fruitful always to share the experiences and expertise to find some new ideas, some new inputs for all we all do. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you for this very interesting experience that you share with us. So many thoughts, so many inputs, which I really appreciate. I have a question because, you said, in Italy for personal reasons. There are many reasons why the people decide to travel, to relocate, and to start a new life. You think your project, beside the difficulty that the pandemic is posing us, can be a project that could help the inclusion, the integration of young people, I would say, because I don't really like to label even the synchro swimming with the girls, because they are also mixed competition right now, is evolving.
Yes, sure. Yes.
This kind of frame, which is super interesting, because I never understood why the girl, they can like dive or swim or play water polo and dance in the water. The guys cannot dance in the water. This is something I never completely understood if they want to. But beside this, you think your project, which is in a way extending the range of available sport in Sardinia, can be of any help for people migrating from another country and finding for their children or for themselves the possibility of practicing synchro swimming, where in a country where is anyhow a niche sport. Is it clear what I mean? For I don't know, for example, for some Russian people that they come to Italy for any reason, if they can find a reference point in the synchro swimming project as a starting point to build on their new path or new life in the hosting country.
Yes, I understood. Yes, but first, you mentioned the men in synchronized swimming. I would like to say a couple of words about it. So the way of the men of the adventure of the men in synchronized swimming started many years ago. It's not like 5 years ago when in 2015 they put the mixed duet when the girl and the man in the official program of the World Championship. But it's like originally men always participated 70 years ago, 80 years ago when they started in the US. But the officially men started to participate in 6 years ago. But before they were participating, and the number of men that were boys that were starting to practice synchronous swimming were raising and raising. And I think this is a very good step because everyone has to have the equal rights. So the women are already boxing at the Olympics. They do judo, they do all the sports, soccer, everything. And I think that maybe not immediately, but in few years we will see a mixed duet at the Olympics for sure. The question, answering the question that you asked, especially for Russian coaches that for some reason can move to Italy, that's a good opportunity to start working here. And there are a lot of Russian coaches that work now in Italy. Because the Russian school, as we know, is obviously the number one school, and the technical preparation of our coaches is very high. So it's quite a good way to start here the activity to coaching. Also because Russian mentality about sport is very professional sport oriented. So our coaches are very motivated. They have their goals, and they translate to their goals this hunger to become a champion. So I think that there are a lot of coaches, and that's a perfect way to socialize here for the Russian coaches.
Thank you very much, then. And I would keep going with this very interesting panel. And I would welcome on the stage also Pedro Diaz, which will bring us also his experience as an Olympic athlete. He also belongs to the MEMOS alumni and director of Sport Evolution Alliance in Portugal. What is your experience in sport? I understand it's related to different continents, not just different countries, if I catch it correctly, right?
Yes, exactly. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here to Champions Factory, and also to the organization of Roberto and Maria. They made this amazing project. I'm also a project designer, and this project is really inspiring and pushing forward to a better world using the sport as a tool. Well, sport is most probably the activity that is more integrated. Imagine, I don't see any other type of event or organization that in one team mix so many people from different countries, or teams from different countries who play with the teams from other countries. So we don't have this in any kind of activity. So sport is by nature inclusive, but we need more people with migrant backgrounds in the leadership positions. And I give you an example. I was a high-level athlete for 12 years of my life. So I finished my career after the Olympic Games in 2008. And I lost with the Italian. And then I have to be honest with you, at that time, I had no worry about immigrants in sport, inclusion, integration. It was not a subject to me. Why? Because it was not my reality. So it was not my reality. So I thought, okay, it's funny, it's nice, but it doesn't touch me. And it changed position when I went to Brazil. So I'm Portuguese and I moved to Brazil. So for the first time in my life, when I was 30 years old, I was an immigrant. And I simply tried to make a registration in the Judo Federation. And the laws in Brazil, they didn't allow a foreigner to practice judo in Brazil. And I was like, how is this possible? I'm not asking to be the president of the country. I just want to practice sport. And for 1.5 years, I had to fight to be able to be only registered in the federation. So from that day on, I started to look to sport in a different perspective. 6 years later, I got a family in Brazil, and I moved to Portugal. And my stepson, he came with me. He's Brazilian. He came to me to Portugal. He came to Europe. And I thought, well, we are in Europe now. These kind of things will not happen. And I couldn't be more wrong. My stepson, he was Brazilian, and because he was Brazilian, he was not allowed to compete in Portugal, just because he was a foreigner. He could train, he could be registered, but he could not compete. And I said, how is this possible? This is crazy. So for many years, I have struggled to change in some countries, and especially in Portugal, where is my habitat, this kind of rules that conditionate the life of immigrants. And I can say to you that last year I had my first winning, because when I go after a target, I go really hard. So I went to many organizations, the Federation, the Olympic Committee, the International Olympic Committee, International Judo Federation, and so on. And last year, the International Judo Federation, they started with a pilot program with the International Olympic Committee to allow for immigrants, if they are living in one country, even if they don't have the nationality of this country, if they prove they are for more than 1 year in the country and they are studying in the country and the family is completely settled in the country, they are allowed to compete in the country. So this was a very big winning for me. My stepson was the first person in the world to use this status. So, but it was a very hard fight. And this, just to make a resume, that is why we need immigrant people in leadership positions, so organizations can be aware of these kind of situations. Otherwise, it doesn't affect us, so we will not change.
Yeah, that's a very interesting story. I think in Italy there is a similar legal framework. I think the only exception is when you compete for the national title. In that case, probably you cannot get. You can still compete, but you will not be entitled to be Italian champion if you don't have Italian citizenship, but you can still compete. And under given aspect, that looks like a fair compromise in a way. There is a slogan that many organizations of people with disability they use, which is nothing about us without us. This means that in each body, in each governing body, should be someone in charge for the inclusion of people with disability. And as you said, this is definitely, you can definitely use it also, yeah, for the migrant, for any kind of disadvantaged, vulnerable, or minority group. Very interesting also what you said about the sport as a universal language. In my experience, I think there is not just sport, let's be honest. I think there is also like every kind of art where you have no rule, everyone can express himself, so people can still interact via music. There is sport, which has codified rule, more or less, so everyone can follow a competition. There is food, because everyone eats, so you have salt, flour, and water, and then everyone makes bread in a completely different way. So there are many ways to integrate. I think there is very much of a need of combining those tools and aligning like with other kind of institutions, for example, the school. My question is, but now I'm not completely, I admit, I'm not a completely expert in your sport, in judo, deeply apology, but it's a sport that I can somehow link with Brazil, but not that much with Portugal. Is this correct? How big is the judo movement in Portugal?
Well, Portugal, we are not very strong in sport, but I'm happy.
Well, in football, I mean, yeah.
Yes, good question about football. I'm glad this conference it's now in December, because if it was after March, I don't know if I was going to be invited, because we are going to eliminate Italy from the World Championship.
This means that you are giving Italy defeating North Macedonia, which I'm not completely sure about, because here we are already projecting ourselves to the final, but North Macedonia have nothing to lose, and I'm not completely sure that it will go.
It will be a pity for the European champion not to be in the World Championship, but it's live.
Pedro, my friend. It's going to be a problem for the cooperation European project that we are just starting with you and your organization there in Portugal. So tell your people not to do damage in March.
Well, but like I told you, judo, Portugal is not very strong in sport, but inside of our country, judo, yes, it's big. It's we got 2 Olympic Games in a row medals, which is something very good, very good. Yeah, but if you compare, for example, to Brazil, judo in Brazil in the Olympic medalist list, it's the sport with more medals. So, but they have like millions and millions of Japanese. So there's a big culture of judo in Brazil, but also in Italy. It's I'm really proud that Italy has a long story of judo champions, and also integration of immigrants inside of judo. So I'm really happy that this work is done, and especially in my sport, because one of the principles of judo is mutual welfare and well-being for all. So it's very, and without integration, it makes no sense.
Beside the value that judo delivers, there is also all the level of concentration work on yourself, and there is also a practical dimension, which is to learn how to fall. So I really think that judo has a huge potential in terms of education, a huge educational value. But since you've been at the Olympics, if I understand correctly, how can you link your experience at the Olympics, which is a very global event where you have people from every corner of the world participating, with a bureaucratic principle that doesn't allow a person living in a country and practice a sport even at the recreational level or the youth level? I mean, how those two things go together in your head? I mean, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Because to me, it looks a huge mismatch. I never had the chance to follow the Olympics, either working, either personally. I was in the European Football Championship, many other international competition, and there you have a feeling of global event, international event. And then you have the bureaucracy that maybe for a comma or maybe for a mistake doesn't allow a person.
Yes. Well, what happened is the basic idea of Pierre de Coubertin, the founder of the modern Olympic Games, was for the Olympic Committee, the Olympic Games, to be a party. It was a party among people, a party among nations. But with the power of money, along the way, somehow we were losing this kind of idea, this kind of philosophy. So unfortunately, today, the Olympic Games, it's much more as a business for countries to show their power, for sponsors, for companies. So yeah, I feel sorry that we are going in this path, but it's up to us all who are here working sport organizations, working with sports, especially me who was Olympic athlete, to try to change and to bring the Olympic Games to their grassroots, which is a party among people and among nations, and not leaving people from outside.
I still think that there is some economic dimension which makes the sport very elitarian in a way, but there are also some economic dimension that push the sport to be more inclusive, because you have interest once you have an infrastructure that it is used, when you have a club that more people are using it. And I would like to ask you a question. Totoni came before when you were speaking about the fact that you organize many sporting events in a sport which is a niche sport, in a territory which is very specific as Nuoro, as Sardinia. I'm wondering, do this event brought opportunities, even economic one, for the company, hotel, or any kind of stakeholder based in Nuoro, or anyhow close to the venue that they've hosted your events?
For sure, this is another issue that we have to talk in the future about the sport tourism. So what we can do in a special part of Italy, thanks to the sport. We organized less than 1 month ago one interesting competition that is after season is the home run derby, bringing the 25 people from all Europe to this special competition. It's not official competition, so you bring to the people that is only run around the base and hit home run with the one pitcher. Is very easy pitching. Is very famous in the United States, and then thanks to that, it was a budget for 1,000 euros for 3 days, and we spent everything in the about the hotel, food, and also the congress. So yes, it's very important. It's another issue to push, thanks to the sport in not soccer, but different sport like judo. We had an important competition in Sardinia, in Alghero. It's an international competition for female again. So then it is important to that also the region or is the even the government to push, because thanks to this experience, you can share experience, you can bring economy, real economy, because every people that come, especially young generation, bring with the parents and the family, and they come back in the future because they have the opportunity to know this country that it's not easy, because the world is big, but to go to Sardinia, to Nuoro, and not on the beach, you can come for this different kind of opportunity. So yes, and this is very important for the economy, for some village or some town.
So this means that also the sport that they are considered niche sport, or that they don't completely belong to the sport tradition of land, they can even bring economic opportunity. So to extend the range of available sport in a given territory can bring really different kind of benefit at different level. This was the point I want to make clear. So thank you very much. If there are questions from the audience, please, Maria Grazia, just please stand up. I think
I want just to add something about this point. Yes, I can raise myself, and that's really important. This point raised by Totoni, because there is also a nice investigation among academics about event management and the opportunity to generate values in terms of discovering new venues, but also in terms of economical driver, which is not still very exploited, especially for those niche sports that can become as well a good vehicle for economical driver, but also for promoting new destinations. So it's very linked with sport tourism. And this still, it's big movement of talks behind this, but still is not very exploited well.
Especially also for the territory that they have probably infrastructure like hotel and a system that could host one event, which sometime in a niche sport is even easier to organize. I mean, with all the respect, it's probably easier to organize a European softball or baseball tournament than a football tournament. So it's a different level of engagement, but if you carefully select the territory, then it can bring potentially more opportunity, an event which is maybe in a smaller scale. I mean, international softball competition in Milan, it would be probably lost between Formula 1 Gran Premio and Serie A football, but a niche, let's say, competition of high level in a specific territory which is equipped, in my opinion, can bring even more opportunity, more visibility, and more satisfaction also for those coming from country where this sport is more popular, if I can say so.
Okay, we are almost over with the morning. I would say something about Pedro, if I can, because I got to know him a little bit in the last months. And if I have to make a tweet about Pedro, I would say motivation is the key. But someone told me that when he was an athlete in his little club in Portugal, he said that judo is not that popular in Portugal. They told me maybe his mentor or coach, maybe he was not the most talented one, but it was the most motivated to get to the top. And he beat the Olympic champion or world champions and Beijing 2000 on London, Beijing yeah.
2008.
And I see this motivation is a key as well in the European programs, Erasmus Plus, because now the guy is 3 years pushing a lot and is already conquering, let's say, the Portuguese market in the Erasmus Plus sport. So it doesn't matter if you have a background. It doesn't matter if you have specific, in a way, in the Erasmus program, background, but you can enter, and if you are motivated, it's not that big rocket science. And in particular in the sports sector, okay, university, research, academics, but the testimonial, the witnessing being an athlete and bringing it as entrepreneurial, in a way, mindset to the sector is for sure a connection that I see. And with this, I shut up and I give you the floor to end your intervention. Applause for Pedro, by the way.
Roberto is too kind. Well, I will just make a challenge here. So this subject that we are talking now about immigrants and so on, the Olympic movement already started also thinking about it. So since 2016, we have an Olympic team of refugees, but we still don't have managers with immigrants' backgrounds or refugees. So the challenge is that through this project, we can work and we can push forward. So in the future Olympic Games, we will have an Olympic team of refugees with refugees or immigrant background as managers. So this is the challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your attention. We have 2 tweets to do in our dissemination department over there. Motivation is the key by Pedro Dias. And Antonio says something, nothing about values. How was it?
It was a quote about some organization of people with disability, which is nothing about us without us.
You see, perfect ending.
Maybe there is some.
Let's go to it. Come back at 2 to 5 past 2. 5 past 2. Let's tell the professor at 2 we are coming 5 minutes later. Thank to technicians again. Lunch break also for you. And see you soon in 1 hour, more or less. Okay. Thank you again. the afternoon session on the final conference of Curriculum Pathways for Migrants Empowerment Through Sport conference. After a very productive morning with very great contribution from European Commission, EICA, the executive agency, from the region of Sardinia institution, and university athlete perspective, and many, many more. As you remember, after a fast lunch break, we are back with the afternoon session, which is as well full of great intervention and contribution to the topic. So I give the floor to the moderator. Antonio, are you still with us?
Yes. So we will have now one of the most important, I would say, presentation in a way, because we are entering into one of the central topic of this project and this conference, consequently. So the relation between training and sport management using the education through sport methodology. And once again, we will use an academic approach, starting from one of the active partner of this project. And we already have waiting the next speaker, which is the head of research group for physical conditioning and sport training, as well vice dean of economics and facility sport science faculty, as well as high school teacher of physical education, coach of handball and athletics, researcher in sports science with several national projects, as well as international journal reviewer, professor from the University of Extremadura. Is with us Rafael Timon Andrada.
Hello, how are you? Hello to everybody, and thank you for your introduction, your generous introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pity that don't be in surgery with you, but because of the health situation and the work in my university, it has been difficult for me. So maybe next time. Okay. Before starting, I would like to thank to the Mine Vaganti for the invitation to participate in this integrative and inspiring congress. At the same time, to thanks to the European Commission, specifically the Erasmus Plus program, because they have funded our project. So thank you very much. I welcome everybody. Please just a second, because I'm going to share my presentation. This is okay? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but we can't actually see the presentation yet.
Okay. I'm looking for.
Down there is a bar when it's written share, like Zoom. You can click on it.
Okay. Perfect. This is loading. Well, today I'm going to talk about the results we have obtained in the project after. Sorry, this is not my presentation.
Yes, sorry, I think that was a little bit of mix it up in between the two contributions from Spain. This should be yours, right? Rafael, I'm sorry. We have another great speaker from Spain.
Okay, perfect. So I told you that today I'm going to talk about the results we have obtained after implementing a training course about sport management with migrants in order to evaluate the effectiveness of this kind of training course in this population, and in order to analyze if the participants can carry skill and knowledge about sport management. So I'm sure you know that our project, the curriculum pathway for migrants empowerment through sport, has focused on two topics: the migrants and the sport. So I'm sure you know that according to the Sport Inclusion Network project, the underrepresentation of migrants in sport is evident. So above all, there are exclusions from position of authority. So this is an important challenge we have to resolve, to tackle with in this project. At the same time, we know that the sport is an important agent of social inclusion. So we would like to use the education through sport in order to get the best learning for this participant. The education through sport, this is a kind of education, it's a formal education that try to use the movement, the society, the sport to get the knowledge. This education through sport was based on the course learning cycle. According to this cycle course, state that if you want to get a significant learning, it's important to work together, the feeling, the watching, thinking, and doing. That's say the participant have to have an important experience, but at the same time have to reflect about that they are doing. They have to thinking, and of course they have to doing. According to this idea, we can learn. The people can learn by ourselves in a fun way. So after this brief introduction, the aim of this study was to implement and evaluate a specific training for migrants about sport management using education through methodology. In order to get this aim, we enroll 18 migrants from different countries, from Argentina, Morocco, Palestine, Senegal, Syria, both women and men. At the same time, they have to speak language, in this case Spanish, in order to understand the knowledge and the topic of the training course. This training course was developed in Navarmual de la Mata. This is in a little town in Cáceres, in the north of Extremadura. This is a rural area, and there are a lot of migrants, too many migrants, no, a lot of migrants, sorry, because there are tobacco products, and they work in the fields. So the training course was developed during 7 days, 4 hours per day, and the University of Extremadura certified this training for the people who has attended over 80%. We can develop this course because we have the help of Fundación CPMES. Fundación CPMES is a national non-governmental organization who works usually with migrants. This organization organizes the enrollment and the registration of people. So in this context, we organize the training course. The training course that you know and you have seen in other presentation is organized by 7 modules about the sport management, administration and human resource, coaching and mentoring, digital skills, management sport events, marketing and communication, financial and good governance. And we teach in different ways. For example, in this photograph, this is the classroom. We teach the theoretical lesson with the people, and above all, we use the practical lesson in a pitch with playing with the different balls or different sports, in order to get the knowledge and skill about sport management. At the same time, we use different instruments of evaluation in order to check if the training course is effective for the people. So we use a self-assessment questionnaire for each module. The participant have to evaluate to give a punctuation from 1 to 5 in order to say that if they are get or not the knowledge and skills. And after that, we recall the data, and we carry out an statistical analysis, specifically entities pre-post, in order to see the significant differences. So in the results, we can see this resume of the results. In blue line, we can see the level of knowledge that the people has at the beginning of the congress in the different modules. The training course in the different module 1, module 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and in green line we can see the level that the knowledge and skills that the people got at the end of the training course. So in all modules, the people got an important learning, specifically above all in the sport management event, in the marketing and communication, and the 7 is the module about the good governance. So we can find the training course was effective in order to improve the knowledge and skill of migrants about sport management. But at the same time, we can try to analyze or to evaluate the general evaluation of the training course in the same way. This is on a scale ranges between 1 and 5. And the people said that the difficulty level was about right. This is on the top, close to 5, 4.45. They can apply the information in their practical settings. For 70, the training is met the professional education need, 4.3. So we can check that the people have a good point of view of the training course. At the same time, we ask for the strengths and weaknesses of the course, and we can find that the most important strength was that the people had a clear and concise vision of the main issues. At the same time, they have the feel that the sport can help in the social integration. Another important thing was the weaknesses. In this training course, we can check that the course duration was too short because there are too many knowledge, and at the same time, we need a new module about self-employment and bureaucracy, because this is important for these people, for the participant, in order to come the job market. So finally, I would like to show the conclusion about this study. This a pilot study, and we can say that the training course improves the knowledge and skill of migrants in relation to sport management. At the same time, the education through sport methodology has proven to be useful to obtain training on sport management within no formal education. Another important thing that is necessary to insert agreements with public and private institutions so that this type of training course can improve the employability of migrants. The training course is important, but at the same time we can sign agreement with public and private institutions, because the migrant has to work about and has to show the competencies that they have got. So this is an important point, the sign agreement with public and private institutions before organize this kind of training course. Of course, we can highlight some limitations. The power of study was limited because we only have 18 participants. At the same time, it's probably we will need another external evaluation instrument like exams or practical exams in order to analyze the results, because the main instrument that we used was a self-questionnaire, a self-assessment questionnaire. So we need another external evaluation to get information more deeply about the training, about the knowledge of these participants. So this is all for my part. Thank you for your attention. And this is a photograph of my city, Cáceres. This is a World Heritage City according to UNESCO. So you are welcome to visit that when you want. I'm sure you have a good time. If you have any question, I try to answer them. Thank you very much.
Professor Andrada, thank you very much. First of all, we have been working on this for a couple of years, and for me, and I guess also for Maria and for all the partners, we are proud that also as trainers and non-formal education, education through sport pioneers, to see the impact, even if it's a little impact in a way, according to the research, but can be the model one of to go deeper, as you said, on the entrepreneurial and bureaucracy. You mentioned the weaknesses, because of course that was the first step. We need to define better how to impact with ETS methodology, and as you know, we are all following the path, and this is just the beginning of a story, I guess, also on the researching about the impact of this methodology. So I don't have particular questions. Maybe there in Spain, you mentioned you've been helped by an NGO working with them.
Yes.
I want just to ask, how was the communication with them? How was easy to work with them? And how was the recruitment procedure? Because, you know, it's like to include migrants or economical migrants. And in your case was mostly from the country you mentioned. So Syria, Palestine, and some Argentina and so on. So, I mean, if you say something more about this, that would be my question.
Okay, thank you very much for your words. So you have to know that we are in academia context. We are the university, so we don't have it's not easy for us to find migrants in our context, in our faculty. So in order to implement this training course, we need to contact with the other institution. In this case, the most important non-governmental institution in our country that works with migrants is Fundación CPMES. Fundación CPMES is a national, is the most important non-governmental organization in Spain that works with migrants. There are different institutions in Madrid, Murcia. They have one office in Navalmoral de la Mata. Navalmoral de la Mata has a lot of migrants because this is a rural area. And there are too many migrants that are working in the tobacco. So in order to facilitate, and this organization has a lot of contacts with the people, with the participants, and this is easier for us that the foundation try to contact before starting the training course. So this is important for institutions. We have to work together, the academia with the migrants, with the institution that they have the NGO knows better than the university the situation for the migrants, so they can tailor the registration, trade the cost. So this is important work together between university and other institutions like a NGO.
Thank you very much, Carlos, Rafael, for your contribution. I want just to underline that this is really a cross cooperation in between different sectors, and especially the investigation made by your institutions are also embedded in a longer path, which involves all of us that since years work in the field of education through sport. So having the proof, concretely proof, even if it was a little cluster, that this methodology is efficient is something that proves that the work direction that we are doing since 2009 and since ages, it's really worth. So thank you very much. It's also encouraging for, for future and for further developments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Just to say the local training, the testing phase where we tested the methodology, education through sport, it happened in all the countries of the project. So of course it happened in Spain, in Cyprus, in Croatia, in Sweden, in Bulgaria. Some of the partners are here in the room. Maybe you can just show yourself here, raise your hand, and we just ask Rafa to, let's say, to be the witness of something that happened in all the countries. Plus, I would say that in some countries, we wanted to go deeper in the research perspective. And of course, now we are analyzing the data in SPSS in order maybe to have some publications, academic publication. Of course, there is some interest in some people also in this conference.
So thank you very much to Professor Rafael Timon Andrada from University of Extremadura. And I'm really happy to announce the next speaker, because it is true in a way that all the people involved in sport, even though you don't speak the same language, you somehow understand each other at the first look. And this happens often also for the people involved in the social sector, the social worker. And sometimes the paths are very curious, because I met the next speakers like 5 years ago in one project which was related to the promotion of physical activity for everyone. And then now the path, they come back to this event, which I was not completely directly involved. So I'm very happy to give the floor to another online speaker. Unfortunately, he cannot be with us. We are again in Spain with the director of Mundo en Movimiento, which is a program to integrate refugees by football-related activity. And I'm happy to give the stage to Carlos de Caceres Hurtado.
Thank you very much, Antonio. It's a pleasure greeting you again after 5 years. It's true. And also for sure to Maria Grazia and the people of Minevaganti, and to the program of Erasmus Plus, which is giving us the opportunity to share this space for the people who love sport for social change. I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yes.
Fantastic. So what I'm going to do is to share our experience in a program called Mundo en Movimiento. Mundo en Movimiento means World in Movement. It's a program that we have been running since last June, in cooperation, supported by the Ministry of Social Affairs in Spain, and in cooperation with the Center of Refugees, the official governmental Center for Refugees, based in Spain. It's a program. I'm going to share the slides. All right. Can you see the slides in the screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So this program is run in cooperation with the Refugee Center of Vallecas in Madrid, and also at the same time in Valencia, in a location called Mislata that hosts another refugee center. These centers are those who are attended by the population who come to Spain looking for as asylum seekers. They are looking for the status of refugee, and in the process of the approval of the rejection of the status of refugee, they stay in these centers for several weeks, even months, even years now. can happen that some of them stay longer than a year. So in this program, we use the sport as the tool to improve the capacity of communication, integration, and other capacities with these groups of migrants. I will be passing the slides. So the program is it's run by our group of our coaches, our staff, and also in cooperation with the local team, based in Vallecas, and another one football team, based in Vallecas and in Valencia, because one of the purpose of the program is also that the population, that the refugees, get included in the ambience of the neighborhood, trying to avoid the isolation that they have in many cases because they are afraid of getting out of the center and so on. So let's say the cycle of this project is been initially identifying the issue, the problems that the groups of refugees they have to get a better integration in Madrid and in Valencia. The program is run in 2 locations at the same time. Then to choose the approach, and definitely we use football because it's the right sport to work with broad groups like those. So it's working with football. Then the stage of the implementation. We have been running this project for 6 months. We will tell you later in depth about the methodology. Then the evaluation. We are doing an ongoing evaluation all the time. For sure, we use the scientific methodology with the baseline, considering the initial circumstances, and then measuring the impact at the end, no? With questionnaires, with focus groups, and in-depth interviews. And then the idea is, after these first 6 months, to adjust and introduce the changes for the next stages that will happen in 2022. So the idea, as I mentioned, is to use sport, football, for the social integration. In general, I can tell you, I was the condition of the people who is coming to these centers. In the time when we were doing the assessment of the program, and also taking the data, the initial data, the basic data for the people, basic things are the name, their conditions, country they come from, expectations, and so on. How is the neighborhood around? I can really highlight that the people they have a lack of everything, basically. Many of them, they didn't know really how to write. Many of them has a lot of difficulties for communication. They were basically afraid of getting out of the center. So this is the circumstances, the way they are in our country when they arrived. So we wanted to change the situation with this football-based program in terms of communication, the well-being of the people, also about the feeling of security, also the self-esteem, and many other things. So I will be passing the slides to show you. So we have divided the program in modules of 6 weeks of training. We have developed these modules, I tell you, before the summertime, and then after the summertime in twice. The objective I already mentioned is to empower the community of refugees for a better integration, because when they arrive, they have really no skills and no capacity for integration. For sure, starting with the language. I will also say that for sure, this program related to sport, is complemented by other services and other, basically services given by the Center of Refugees, like language classes, also some capacity building with basic training for, with the idea to get a job in the future and so on. So the people are in a process of ongoing training also by the refugee center. So the training structure. Now I'm going to tell you, this is to go more in depth about the methodology. So this is how it's divided the session. A session normally lasts around 2-3 hours, okay? And what we do in the session is next. First, an introduction, to talk to the people, to gather everyone, to see how it was the last session, and to introduce what we are going to do today. What is the objective? For example, today we are going to do improvement of communication. This is an example, or the teamwork, or whatever it takes. Normally, we start the session with a warm-up. The idea is to run with let's say same methodology of a normal this warm-up session of a normal football training, grassroots football training for sure. Then we do a few cooperation games, games that the people with or without a ball have the possibility to get communicate to the other, let's say to leave the adrenaline out, smile and activate the brain and so on. Then we pass to do some football techniques, working with the people. I mean, like basic skills like touching the ball, passing the ball, head kick, or whatever it takes, football techniques. Then in these football techniques are also integrated some football games, games in the sense of improving also the skills, as I mentioned, teamwork, communication, capacity for solving problems, and so on. Then another football game of around 20-30 minutes, the people just play. And finally, the relaxation. And in the conclusion, people have the opportunity to discuss, to ask questions, comments, and relax. And let's see, do any kind of observation they consider. This session lasts around 2-3 hours and is the core, is the heart of the methodology, right? For sure, each session is designed with a lot of care, with a lot of detail before by the coaches. We have a very well scheduled plan with everything, let's say, quite organized. And every day at the end of the session, we pass a questionnaire, a very basic questionnaire to all the participants for them to value how it was the session and to measure the progress every single session. These are some pictures. This is a facility, a municipal facility besides the refugee center. Belongs to the Madrid City Council. And those guys you see in black, wearing in black, are the coaches from the local team, from the neighborhood called Vallecas. The club is called Independiente de Vallecas. And the idea is to integrate also these guys that knows about football training, that previously we trained them in the methodology of football for development and football for integration. And we include them in the trainings because the idea is like this. I mean, to have a better integration of the local community and the refugees. These are pictures of some of the games. For example, this one picture on the left was a game that consists that everybody at the same time should sit above the knee and the leg of the person behind you. This is to improve the group, the confidence in the group. It was so fun, and also it's a method, I mean, to do the trainings in a different way, not only like professional football, and for sure to improve the skills of the people and the competences. This was related to self-confidence and communication. Some of the dynamics are also, you can see on the pictures on the right. Another game which is about self-confidence and confidence in the group, you see on the picture on the left is a game called the lava, and everybody should try to avoid to walk just over the white papers you see are stepping. And the idea is that the rest is lava, and I mean, you have to hold the people by the hand, and touch and catch to each other. And it's also to improve the confidence in the group, the communication, and the skills of teamwork. These are some examples of the games. And you can see some photos of the trainings here. And this is basically the part of the relaxation at the end of the training. I think this one is really important to improve the consistency of the group, the relations, and of course to do any kind of observation, asking if everybody's feeling right, if there is any kind of injury, and so on. So you can see this guy on the right picture. Some of them are the staff of Red Deporte, and some other, as I mentioned, the staff of Club Independiente de Vallecas, which is a local football club. The indicators of Mundo en Movimiento for the evaluation and to measure the impact are as follows. Enhance the self-confidence. This is crucial because people has no really confidence. It's normal. They don't know the society. They don't know the language. They don't know the culture. They don't know the regulations, and they don't know anything about Spain, basically. Most of them came by boat, crossing the ocean. They went into a refugee center, and for example, in Canary Island or in southern Spain, and then they are referred to other centers in Spain. and some of them they come here to Madrid. For example, during the last months, I can say that they have arrived a few of them, few refugees and their families coming from Afghanistan. Once the Americans left the country, and people has to run away, especially those who were working with the Spanish institutions. The reality and the situation. So enhance self-confidence, confidence in the group, in the people around, not only in the center, but let's say in the neighborhood as well. And increase wider societal confidence. At the end, is for them try to they get a kind of self-confidence to have relations in any part of Madrid, because if their pretension is that they get included in the society, they will have to, to connect with the people, to get a job in the future. So the sooner you start with this process, with the most basic things, the better it is for the future. So these are the three basic competences we want to empower in the people. I have to say, all the participants in that case, they were male. Women, they do not come. They come as a wife, as a wife of a refugee of the participant, but they didn't play football. Basically, we really try to encourage them, but one of them just very, very seldom. But she was injured, so in that case, unfortunately, the participants were only men. Also, we include the kids. Some of them came with their families, and we also open the floor and the participation to the youngsters. I think it's very important to create this kind of sense of winning is not the only thing, and it's important that everybody to increase the participation, and kids are also welcome, even if the level of strength comparing to the big ones is minimum. So, but the people respect. They acknowledge that they have to. To keep calm when they are playing with kids, let's say. This slide you cannot see very well. So the results I can see in general. I will tell you the general perceptions, not only taken by the data, but as I mentioned in the beginning, the people were not able to communicate. They were really to get afraid of getting out of the center. And I can tell you, since the middle of the project, and especially now, you cannot imagine how the people has changed the self-confidence in themselves and the group. It's something that is really clear. You can see in front of you all the time, no? So I can tell the results are very good. Now we have not finished yet the evaluation of the data, so I cannot tell you accurate how are the results, but I can tell you that they are quite positive with all these topics. We will do a publication, a paper in 2022, but now I cannot give you the specific data about it. But the impressions are, I think, are very important. In that case, I can tell you that the changes has arrived, and the project has created truly an impact.
Thank you very much, Carlos. When I first met you, I was really impressed by your passion, like persons working literally in the field since more than 20 years with, I don't know how many nationalities all over the world. For me, it was really something inspiring, and I'm very glad that we make this surprise to our moderator. I didn't know neither that you met 5 years ago, but the world is so little when when you work in this niche with people that are truly helping people to feel and to be better integrated through sports.
It was very interesting also to hear on how many dimensions you work simultaneously. So in a way with football training, in a way with non-formal education, in a way also at the family level, engaging also the children, or anyhow people of different age in and through football. And that was indeed inspiring. So thank you very much for your contribution. And yeah, we all know that it's very difficult when you have to do a presentation and a speech online, which is not always feasible to deliver all the content you would like to. So thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and we move on with with one of a different level, something we haven't taken until now, or we did it partially. We changed slightly what is written in our program. We will move to the point of view of sport federation. So we move into the more technically competitive level in a way. And we should have our next speaker, Marco Miotti, representative for the sporting event department at the Italian Volleyball Federation, FIPAV.
Hello everybody. Hi, Roberto and Maria Grazia. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting FIPAV to this beautiful event and to participate to this talk. First of all, I would like to introduce myself and my experience in the Italian Volleyball Federation. My name is Marco Miotti, and I've been working at FIPAV since 2007. I graduated in marketing and advertising at the Italian Volleyball, La Sapienza University. And actually, at the beginning, I didn't expect to be called by the Italian Volleyball Federation. I always been a sport person, but my studies didn't really connect with the Italian Volleyball Federation. But the offer that they gave it to me. It was an offer that I couldn't refuse. They asked me to be part of the national team department. So I was going to be in contact with the core, the core part of a sport federation, which is the teams, the national teams, so the competition. And I mean, I couldn't, I also, if it was not really connected with marketing and advertising, I really couldn't not join, this chance and this opportunity. Also because being in the national department and being a team manager of the national teams means that you have to travel and you are really in the middle of the competition process. So I started in 2007 as a team manager of the beach volleyball national teams, and then step by step I went to the volleyball national teams. I started with the under-21 male team. We won a European Championship in 2012. Bronze medal in the World Championship in 2013. Then my biggest dream was to go to the Olympic Games, taking part to the Olympic Games. And I had the opportunity doing that because I became the team manager of the senior women's national team. So it's been a great pleasure. Something very tough and very difficult. An Olympic game is really something that burns you out. My role was particular. It's a very interesting. It's a very interesting role. I was taking care actually of all the needs of a national team. So basically, I mean, we had a staff of 10 people. We have big numbers of players. So I was taking care of all the relationship between the International Federation and FIPAV. I was taking care of the relationship with clubs, of the players. I was organizing with the staff all the details regarding the planning of the season. Especially like team manager is a very, very strange and interesting work because you can pass through doing the most I don't know stupid work, like taking care of luggages or transfers or stuff like that, and then you can sit at the table during an official dinner with a prime minister of a nation. So it was a really interesting job that made me discover some skills and making me grow up as a worker, a team worker, and as a person. Then after 10 years passed in the national teams, I was burned out. I mean, 6 months per year, I was traveling away, so my social life was completely dead. And I received the offer to take care of the European project, European funds for the federation, and of the events at the events department. It has been a very tough period also for the events. Since the pandemic situation, we had a very tough 2020 where we at the beginning didn't have any event scheduled, but at the end of 2020, due to the fact that the international federation and FIPA and all the world of volleyball really wanted to start again, and thought that the most important thing was to start again competition and permit to athletes to get back again into their work and into their the thing that they love. We were able to organize a European under 18 championship in Italy. Plus, things got a little bit easier this year. We were able to organize a Vezza event, then an under 21 World Championship in Cagliari and Carbonia, as you guys know, and the beach finals in Cagliari. So the beach finals is an event. It's like the ATP finals. So the best 10 male and women's teams are competing between each other. And so we are planning to create more events, to have more events in the next year. Hopefully, the pandemic situation will let us do in an easier way. Anyway, if there is no question from you guys, I have a small presentation, a brief presentation for explaining a little bit of the Italian Volleyball Federation. So let me know if I keep going and share the screen.
You can keep going with the presentation, yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. I think you can see it.
Yes, I think we do see.
Okay, so as I said, it's a very short presentation of what we are doing and who we are. The Italian Volleyball Federation is the only recognized national federation authorized by our Olympic Italian Committee, the CEV, the European Volleyball Confederation, and the International Volleyball Federation. Responsible for the organization, regulation, and promotion of volleyball, beach volleyball, and city volleyball in Italy. Our main goal are promotion, strengthening, organization, and discipline of volleyball, beach volleyball, and city volleyball. The development of competitive activity, so the preparation of the athletes for reaching the maximum high-level competition as the Olympic Games and the other international events. and the prevention and repression of doping and match fixing. Another very important goal that we put a big effort in, it's in line with our promotional and social mission, is to foster and promote volleyball as a social and educational sport in schools and in various social strata, which are not necessarily only at professional level. We are implementing this activity through a school education department and an innovation and research office. Then we also promote the practice of sitting volley, so Paralympic volleyball, a discipline played while sitting on the ground, giving the opportunity to able-bodied and disabled to play together without disparity. The aim is to overcome barriers by promoting sport among disabled people and enhancing the inclusive dimension according to the values of volleyball as a sport open to all. So in addition to this discipline, we take care of the training of coaches through the organization of workshops, the creation and the dissemination of training materials aimed at enhancing the different aspects concerning the discipline, both with regard to the involved subjects' development and physical strengthening, and their remotivation and psychological support. In this context, FIPAV has activated a collaboration with the University of Perugia for achievement of training materials for the coaches of sitting volleyball. And it has been like a few years that we've been doing we've been developing this department, so sitting volleyball department, and this year we achieved the first big result because we for the first time were able to participate to the Paralympic Games in Tokyo with our women's sitting volleyball national team. Then, sorry, I was just a little bit. Okay, another point. Another thing that we are developing so much since 2016, as I said before, is that we start working on the development of sportive and institutional projects with our internal resources. So the European funds. We presented and joined different national and European projects to create a process of promotion and development of sports also in the social sphere. And since we started, we were able to get 3 projects funded. The first 2 projects were based on the social inclusion through sport. One was funded by Vodafone Foundation, named Volley Together. And the second one funded from Erasmus Plus Sport, collaborative partnership named Sit to Play. Okay, one second. So I would like to explain you a little bit of this project. Volley Together was taking care of the integration between able and disabled adolescents in different Italian regions through the sitting volley discipline. We organized 5 events where kids, teachers, parents, and social workers discovered sitting volleyball and its good influence on the behavior, self-confidence, inclusion, and the everyday life of the users. Regarding Sit to Play, it's almost the same concept of Volley Together, and the project and the goal was to promote the values of inclusion to able and disabled students between 14 and 18 years old of different countries through the sitting volleyball discipline, as I said before. The partners involved organized in their countries a national event where schools competed through each others, and the winning schools of each partner's country competed into an international tournament held in Rome on December 2019 that we had. During each national promotional tournament, seminars has been organized with all project stakeholders. Through these seminars, partners inform them regarding the goals of the project, providing them tools and knowledge, and promoting the seek to play idea. This action allowed to promote the event and to increase interest on the social inclusion concept. It represented a moment where we were able to share experience, emotion, and belief, helping them reflecting on the true meaning of integration and the actual impact of sport on the society. Our partnership was a very strong partnership and was really big. We got the Paravolley, the international the European sitting volleyball Federation, the Italian Paralympic Committee, the Bulgarian Ministry of Sport and Youth, Estonian Volleyball Federation, Slovenian Volleyball Federation, Turkish Volleyball Federation, and the association, the Finnish Sport Association with Person with Disability. Last year, we got approved another project named Sport for Rules. This project is a little bit different, aims to develop a strategy that starts from sport education within school, intended as a means of sharing the founding values of sport, represented by the referees, and not just a means of educating young students on subject of movement and well-being. So, and includes the implementation of a training program specifically designed for young volunteers, referees, in order to encourage the use of tools capable to allow their recruitment and involvement. Also here, we are proud to have the collaboration of Mine Vaganti and a very great partnership has Croatian Volleyball Federation, Turkish Volleyball Federation, French Basketball Federation, Italian Tennis Federation, International Referee Federation, Sport Officials, Seville University, and Bosnia-Herzegovina Olympic Committee. And yes, and that's it. I would like to...
Marco?
Yeah?
I would like to underline that this cooperation was established in Brussels, where we met in the Info Day of Sport. This morning we had the intervention of the deputy head, Luciano Di Fonte.
I saw it.
It didn't confirm, neither deny. Depends on COVID, of course, and pandemic. There will be again in February. But what I found very interesting here is that that moment in Brussels is actually bringing together people that are coming from different perspectives and federation, NGOs, NGOs working with project designing mostly as core business, ex-athletes that start NGOs, as we have someone that the presentation here. And just to finish your intervention, because we are very strict with time, I'd like to know what is in the plan of KIPA to work in some future projects, because the slogan of this conference is more than a conference and platform, maybe for some partners. Which topic you want to take as the Italian Federation volleyball European champions, both male and females this year. Proud of that, and congratulations to the federation. I've been posing with the two cups, the male cups at your headquarters. So, because there are some partners here in the room in presence, and there are partners from all over Europe, I hope, watching us in streaming. So, if you have to sell FIP for some project, or in any case, like some topic, that you would like to take? Referees was values, referee loyalty, and the referee, the Sport for All project is actually very interesting. It's a kind of original as well. So, what's the next for you?
Wow. We are. I'm okay. The European project. It's an issue that we've been working with since like a few years, and we are trying to grow up and trying to discover, also the willing of the federation. We have so many themes, and we have so many, the things that we are interested in developing, and that maybe we don't have the opportunity to develop due to to our big, amount of events and other things. But we can work and in very many fields, as the sport career, after the athlete's career, how do you say, the post career of an athlete, the sport lifestyle of the common people. We can also work with refugees and the migrants. It's something that we haven't touched in our experience, but we are new on that, and also, I mean, we are really open to different options, and I'm sure that we are a very strong partner or coordinator in any case, So we are growing up in this, and we hope also for help.
Marco, thank you very much for your intervention. You mentioned different kind of topics that actually we are covering here in this room, and there's so many people like nodding with the faces, so meaning that there is high interest in it. For sure, we will have a round of updates for future calls. Thank you very much. Big applause to Marco Miatti.
Thank you.
And give the word to the moderator, Antonio, for the next session.
No, it's always very interesting to talk about volleyball, because even looking at the number is one of the most gender balanced sport, or even we have a majority in terms of cards. There are more women than men. It is also interesting for me, the sitting volley, which is a very inclusive activity, because everyone can play, not just the people on wheelchair, everyone as long as you sit. And there is also a new priority, which the International Volleyball Federation is investing a lot of effort, is the para beach volley, which is an amazing sport, because it's not just attractive as the beach volley, which has very simple rule, plastic movement, beauty of the body, and then all the party, the music and entertainment of the beach. But it gives also the athlete with a disability the chance to be involved in such interesting, and very spectacular sport. I had the chance to follow it, as a journalist, because the president of this burning organization is Slovenian himself. He's a very motivated person, which is just contagious. When he speaks, you just want to help him, whatever he asks you to do. And we really need people that they have enthusiasm. And I'm really also happy now to go back to the personal experience of the people, because, as I said a few times today, the project, they work according to the people, and it's everything about the will that the people have. And I met him yesterday in a bar drinking, but it was very inspiring meeting, because he's also a very, I don't know how to say, he has a story which is very interesting on many ways. We are speaking about a person which was playing football, but then he managed to find a new opportunity in a new country, and then even to find a job again in the sport field. And I'm very happy to welcome on stage Fadel Fall. Puoi accendere il microfono? Ok.
Buongiorno a tutti. Primo ringrazio Roberto e Maria Grazia per l'invito. Mi ha fatto molto piacere che li ho conosciuti in un posto dove lavoro, che comunque vengono spesso a trovarmi su altre situazioni che non è questo. Comunque vorrei parlarvi un pochettino della mia storia, perché visto che il progetto oggi parla dello sport e l'integrazione e l'immigrazione, io mi reputo un immigrato, nonostante che comunque da 8 anni vivo qua in Sardegna. Però parto dalla Francia, ho i genitori immigrati che in Francia li chiamano l'immigrazione della terza generazione, che comunque siamo noi, nati in Francia ma non siamo cittadini francesi al 100%. Sono nato in Francia, poi dai 2 anni parto con i miei genitori in Senegal, con mio padre e mia madre, che mio padre lavorava in banca insieme a mia madre, quindi ritorno in Senegal. Però avevo sempre la passione di giocare a calcio, quindi non ho mai mollato la presa, ho sempre delle strade in Senegal giocando a pallone e mi ha visto la squadra del Marsiglia, la città dove sono nato, dove secondo me è seconda bella Marsiglia. Mi prendono dei 12 anni, ritorno in Francia definitivamente. Che succede? Devo tornare in Francia però da solo, perché la mamma non ci poteva stare. Il papà non poteva stare con me, quindi devo vivere in un centro sportivo dove stavo con migliaia di altri ragazzi. C'era il tunisino, l'argelino, c'era il senegalese, vedevi l'italiano. E da lì inizia a crearti un mondo che comunque capisci che lo sport non è... ti apri delle porte, ti integra, ti dà dei valori, ti aiuta a crescere. Lì rimbocchi le maniche e piangi ogni giorno, però hai fatto una scelta che devi rimanere lì. E sto lì, faccio la scuola calcio fino ai 18. Dei 18 anni inizia la vera vita, che comunque inizio girovagando un pochettino a mezza Europa, che comunque finisci la primavera, devi iniziare a stare con i grandi. Se non ti tengono con i grandi, cosa succede? Ti mandano in prestito. Ti mandi in prestito, lì inizi a avere dei dubbi nella tua vita. E i dubbi, chi li risolve? I genitori non ci sono, quindi devi essere forte, devi essere bravo, attraverso sempre lo sport, le compagnie che hai conosciuto, le esperienze che hai fatto durante tutti gli anni che hai vissuto dentro un centro sportivo, che come uno che vive in una residenza universitaria, che comunque sono tutti persone di diversi paesi. Da lì iniziano a mandarmi in prestito, vado in prestito parecchie squadre in Francia, ho girato Saint-Étienne, ho fatto Créteil, ho fatto Strasburgo, però non giocavi, giocavi poco e niente. Da lì ogni anno ritornavi a Marsiglia, poi ti mandano in Norvegia, ho fatto Portogallo, ho fatto in Belgio, Charleroi, fin l'anno che comunque avevo il papà, che ero molto legato con lui, e stavo un pochettino male e ho deciso di non giocare più calcio, avevo sui 21 anni. Sono rimasto un paio di mesi senza giocare, il procuratore mi propone di portarmi in Marocco, che è un'altra esperienza molto molto difficile. Vai in Marocco, fai 3 mesi e il papà è venuto a mancare. Quando è mancato il papà, lì ho deciso di smettere proprio di giocare a pallone. Ed è stato difficile perché sono cresciuto in un ambiente completamente diverso e dovevo tornare a casa mia.
Posso tradurre?
Sì.
Okay, it's very challenging, the task now, because it's very difficult to translate in another language so much emotion and all those details. So I will try to make it efficient. We are speaking about one person which was born in France, third generation of migrant, people born in France but not fully considered as a French. And then 2 years he went back to Senegal, and then he decided to start to play football, and then he managed to be selected again by Marseille football team. And then the challenge is that you are 12 years old and you are alone, and then you are growing either in a youth center, either in a student dorm, and then you have the school, and then you have the football, and then you are all the time alone, and you know that you have to push, but at the same time you have people from any country, anywhere, and you realize that sport can open really many doors that can help you to integrate yourself, to get value, to grow up. And sometimes you cry, but then you don't want to give it up. And then you arrive at the age of 18, and then you have to make the jump to go in the first team, and can be complicated. And then if you don't play, then you are sent on loan to different teams, so across France and then across the Europe. And it's difficult sometimes because sometimes you don't really play, and then you start to question yourself if that makes sense, if you should keep going, or if not, and then you don't know, and then you keep going, and then at a certain point you realize that you have a really special relation with your friend. So beside the experience in Norway, in Portugal, you ended up in Morocco until the moment you realize that your father dies, and then you are really wondering if you should keep playing, and sometimes you think, well, maybe not.
Sì, certo.
Complimenti,
Sì.
riassumere i primi anni di vita sono stati difficili, ora sono curiosa cosa accadrà del resto. Un po' di acqua.
Comunque da lì viene a mancare mio papà e rimango un anno tra tantissime difficoltà che vivi, cioè sei sempre il ragazzo che è occidentale, tra virgolette, in Marocco, perché se vivi qua, non so se sicuramente col progetto avete visitato altre parti dell'Africa, se sei cresciuto qua, torni là, sei il ragazzo occidentale, capito? Che sei diverso di loro. Poi da lì mi hanno proposto di portarmi in Italia dove dovevo andare non si sapeva. C'era la Sardegna, prima scelta con la squadra della Torres. Con l'anno lì la Torres dovevo fare la Serie D. Accetto la sfida e arrivo qua. Arrivo in un paese dove non parlavo la lingua, non sapevo niente. Ero abituato magari a vedere altri paesi, altre grandi città. Arrivo in Sardegna, dove scendo a Alghero, dico dove sono, per la strada tra Alghero e Sassari, non vedevo niente. Arrivo qua e sono stato con la Torres, però con la Torres non ho mai giocato, perché dopo 2 mesi ho avuto un infortunio pesante, rottura del crociato. Dopo 2 mesi mi si è rotto il crociato e da lì la mia vita è cambiata totalmente, perché stai dentro un mondo, un paese dove al di là che non sapevo parlare l'italiano, addirittura si parla un altro dialetto qua, quindi è stato un trauma per me. È stato difficile, però lì inizio a capire come devo muovermi, cosa devo fare, cosa non devo fare. Inizio a avere tantissimi punti di domanda. Cercavo di risolverli quelle punti di domanda. E cos'era quelle punti di domanda? Io devo integrarmi. Senza l'integrazione io non posso fare niente qua. E come faccio a integrarmi? E lì... Sì, certo.
Okay, and then you don't give up, and then you're still in Morocco feeling as a Western young person surrounded by people with different values and different culture in a way, so you feel to be different by the locals because you're somehow spend most of your time in Europe. And then somehow you get an offer to go to Italy. You have no exactly idea where you are going, and then you ended up in Torres in Serie D. That's the 4th series, which is, by the way, a fairly good level. And then you arrive not exactly in Italy, but in Sardinia, and then you have no idea about how the Italian language, I mean, you don't speak Italian, and you don't know much about Sardinia, and then since you land in Alghero, you find the street, which is not exactly the landscape you were expecting, and then you are wondering where you are. But anyway, you start to play. In 2 months, you get injured and you broke your ligament. And then what? And then you realize that your life is changing. And then you realize that people don't speak even Italian, but a dialect, which is very specific for everyone. It's quite a unique language with many influence across all the Mediterranean population in a way. And then you start to ask yourself what to do, and you realize that the answer is easy, you should integrate yourself. But how?
Sì, da lì inizio a voler integrarmi, perché ero consapevole che comunque attraverso l'integrazione posso fare qualcosa nella mia vita, perché iniziavo già a pensare che la mia vita non è più su un lato del calcio, dovrei mollare la passione e iniziare un altro percorso. Però c'è sempre due cose, cioè hai un bilancio che chi te lo fa fare magari recuperi il correggiato, se vai a fare altre cose magari non ci riesci. Poi da lì ho dato un altro chance a me stesso, mi hanno operato, è stato difficile perché un ragazzo di 23 anni in Sardegna, non conosci nessuno, fai chilometri da Sassari a Cagliari, 200 passi chilometri per fare un intervento chirurgico da solo. Non è stato facile, mamma da lì piangevo, dice chi te lo fa fare, o torni qua o ritorni in Francia o devi trovare un'altra soluzione nella tua vita. Lì faccio l'intervento e riprendo a giocare, neanche 3 settimane si rompe di nuovo. Lì capisci che non sei più portato col mondo lì. Ho fatto un paio di domande, mi affascinava un pochettino il mondo dello studio, perché sono nato in una famiglia dove hanno tutti studiato, mio padre ha sempre voluto che io andassi all'università e ho sempre detto di no, che è lo sbaglio che facciamo di solito, vai a studiare, dici non ci vado. Però quando inizi a affrontare le cose, le difficoltà della vita e certe soluzioni inizi a valutarli e lo studio c'è sempre in mezzo. Per studiare devi imparare la lingua, per imparare la lingua devi frequentare la gente del posto, le persone. Quindi tramite lo sport io ho iniziato di nuovo a giocare perché sapevo che non potevo più iniziare a giocare a altissimi livelli, minimo devi giocare in eccellenza, lo sa lui, o magari squadre di promozione. Sono partito dalla prima categoria, lì avevo l'idea già in testa che io devo integrarmi, per integrare devo passare da qui, perché sono cresciuto dentro questo mondo e so come funziona, quindi la mia integrazione in Sardegna deve passare per forza per lo sport. E da lì ho iniziato a giocare, a allenarmi con i ragazzi e imparare piano piano la lingua.
Ok, where were we? Aspetta, siamo arrivati all'operazione. Ok, and then I decided to go for the operation because I decided that I wanted to keep on being a footballer. So I did my operation. It was very difficult to cross the island up and down alone with the difficulty of the operation. I go back on the football field and then 2 months and what? I break again the ligament. And what happened that I decided that I cannot be anymore a footballer. And then my mom on the phone was crying, saying, what the hell are you doing over there? Just come back. And then you don't know what to do. And then you realize that it's important to study. Why? Because your family wanted you to study. Why? Because they were saying that it's important. Everyone went at university, but sometimes when you are young, you don't understand the value of a choice like studying and you educate yourself. And then I said, okay, I will try to go for the university, but then what's the first problem? To know the language. How can I know the language? Well, I should hang out with the people. How can I hang out with the people? Well, I should keep on playing because that's the word I know, that's the word I belong to, and this is the way how I can meet new people. So, of course, the career was gone, but then I restarted from a lower level, and this gave me the chance to get friend and to meet the other, to be with the other, and then to start to improve the language and to be integrated.
Ok, da lì niente, da lì ho iniziato il mio percorso vero e proprio qua in Sardegna, perché ho capito anche che potevo studiare. Per studiare prima volevo fare un'altra università, volevo fare scienze motorie o che ne so, fare fisioterapia, però c'era il test d'ingresso. Per passare il test devi saper parlare la lingua. Quindi non sapevo la lingua, non sapevo quasi niente, mi sono iscritto a un'altra facoltà qua a Sassari e per fortuna mi sono laureato. Ho continuato a studiare mentre andavo a giocare a pallone, però studiavo. Dallo studio, da lì anche nasce il mondo del lavoro, che capisce che il calcio non ti dà più, ti dà soddisfazione a livello personale perché è tua passione, però a livello economico per vivere il calcio non ti può più dare niente. Lo studio magari prendi la borsa di studio, ma non è che ti può garantire chissà che cosa. Hai superato i 25 anni, non puoi chiedere i soldi ai genitori, da lì anche io inizio a entrare nel mondo del lavoro. Dopo la laurea ho lavorato un pochettino, andavo a fare le stagioni estive a Portocervo, lavoravo tranquillamente e tornavo. E poi del 2018 da lì lo sport inizia a darmi qualcosa, cioè che a Sassari qua c'è un'azienda a Binsula che all'interno c'è una startup, un piccolo progetto che sta nascendo, adesso sta diventando qualcosa di vero e proprio, qualcosa di serio, che si chiama Future Lab. Mi chiamo Future Lab attraverso Andrea Colombino, che è attuale direttore sportivo della Torres, che mi conosceva già perché il 2015 sono stato a Grosseto, ho giocato a Grosseto in Serie D, qualche presenza ho fatto, però non sapevo già che non potevo più fare una vita da calciatore. Avevo già lo studio e il calcio e ho deciso di scegliere lo studio e tornare qua in Sardegna. E lui mi conosceva quando è nato la startup, mi ha chiamato Future Lab. Future Lab è nato nel 2018 con l'obiettivo di fondare numeri e statistiche con le richieste tecniche di certi club professionisti adatti ai lavori e media. Praticamente è un'azienda startup che comunque cosa facciamo? Monitoriamo più di 75.000 giocatori, analizziamo 217 campionati del mondo, abbiamo l'area video match, che sarebbe quelli match analisi che vediamo nel TV, se posso dire un nome, ad esempio se senti nella TV un Lele Adani che parla, non è che è un mago del calcio, però ha fatto gli studi, ha approfondito lo studio su determinate cose. Abbiamo un Future Dex che è comunque un database, abbiamo il database, qualsiasi giocatore che vai a toccare nel mondo del calcio di adesso, Future Lab ti può fornire tutti i dati statistici che vuole. Collaboriamo con Cannavaro, che adesso è stato licenziato da Guangzhou, non c'è più, è tornato in Italia. Io faccio parte dell'area scouting. L'area scouting è la cosa che mi affascina di più. E come dicevo, lo sport mi ha aiutato a entrare dentro un mondo che mi ha creato una personalità. Adesso qua in Sardegna, che se mi vede una persona dice, ecco, è lui che lavora a Future Lab. Un ragazzo immigrato che ha fatto un percorso, arrivare dove se la gente lo vede si ferma, lo saluta. Lo sport mi ha dato quello. Me lo sono giocato da solo, ho rimboccato le maniche, ho fatto un percorso, ho messo la testa a posto, però diciamo che lo sport ti crea anche questo roba, perché lo sport non c'è colore, lo sport non ti aiuta.
Infatti, adesso è dura. Yeah. Okay, so the idea was to study, and then of course I want to do something related to sport faculty or physiotherapy, but it was an entry test. So that was a problem because I couldn't speak such a good Italian. Anyway, I was, and here I quote, lucky enough to graduate, which is an expression I will go back yesterday, in tourism and management. And then I was still playing and studying. The thing is that football at that stage was giving me a lot of personal satisfaction, but not too much, almost anything on the economic plan. So you got the scholarship, but that was not really enough. And then you are 25 years old, so you cannot keep on asking support from your parents. So I start to work, and then I managed to graduate and then to work for some season in Portocervo, and everything was okay until in 2018, the sport came back into my life, because here there is a startup which is shaping in this moment and growing. It's called Future Lab, and then it was one manager of Torres, which I knew from another club when I was playing on loan. Well, I did not play much, but he reminded me. So I ended up in this Future Lab, which is a company dealing with statistics for professional club, 70,000 players to 117 championship. We do basically match analysis, so provide a huge database of statistics per each footballer, and this is what allows many sport commentators to show off when they comment the sport. We had a cooperation with Cannavaro in Guangzhou, a Chinese football club. he was fired, but yeah, still. My department is the scouting, and this is what I really like, and what I'm really proud about is that when I walk in the street of Sassari or in Sardinia, I'm recognized by a person working for this startup. People greet me, and then I'm happy that I feel integrated. It was very difficult, but I managed, because at the end of the day, sport has no colors.
Thank you very much, first of all, to Fadel for this contribution and this life story, because when we met him, I mean, we see basically every day, because after work with our team, we go in a bar where he's working. I used to say that it's undercover mission, because he has a bigger picture in the vision in his life, no? Mission to be achieved, but still, we didn't know these stories. And when we discovered this wonderful and amazing journey, we said, okay, yes, you have to come to the conference. My colleague especially was insisting so much. And we said, but why? Why should I share it? I think, so you are like the scouting, like snagging the opposite role in this sense. I think your story can inspire other people, because this sense of identity that you mentioned before, it's very common. I personally share a flat in Ireland with people from France, coming from Guadeloupe, living in Paris, and they said exactly the same words that you're saying. I'm French, but still, I don't know where I place myself. So they're always fighting against another sense of identity and belonging. That's why I want to ask a question for you, because your story, there are a lot of ingredients. You talk about the importance of sports, the values of sports. You talk about the part of dual career, so life after sports. You talk about integration, moving in other countries, roots and identity. So there is really a big mix in this pot. But if you could give an advice to the Fadel, age of 12 years old, that was starting in an enthusiastic way this journey through sport, what would you like to suggest? Te la ridico in italiano?
Sì.
Ok, gliela rispiego in italiano, ho fatto un po' un mix di quella che è la tua storia con tanti ingredienti. Se tu potessi dare un consiglio al Fadel di 12 anni, che aveva iniziato quella carriera con tanto entusiasmo, cosa gli diresti? Perché in quel Fadel ci sono tanti altri ragazzi che come te condividono un percorso simile.
Allora, il consiglio che darei a Fadel a 12 anni, che secondo me un ragazzo, un giovane deve sognare, perché bisogna sognare, siamo tutti sognatori. A 12 anni devi sognare, non devi... Se parlo di Fadel in sé, siamo un popolo, cioè siamo parte di un mondo dove nasci, ti dicono devi fare quello. E il bambino, secondo me, non devono dirle cosa deve fare, deve seguire i suoi sogni, perché poi prima o poi ti fermi. Io il consiglio che darei a Fadel è continuare il suo challenge che ha fatto, di continuare a sognare, avere dei obiettivi, avere dei valori nella vita, ma mai sbilanciarsi di pensare che lo sport, il calcio ti dà del tutto. Perché è un vero e proprio lavoro, però è uno dei lavori più bugiardi che esistono di questa terra. Puoi giocare oggi, domani puoi fare 40 anni di carriera, ne puoi fare 20, ne puoi fare 10, che ne puoi fare 6 mesi di carriera nella tua vita. Il consiglio che darei a fare un bambino che inizia il percorso di fare è continuare a sognare, ma avere la consapevolezza che lo sport va abbinato con lo studio, lo sport va abbinato col lavoro, perché senza lo studio non puoi continuare lo sport, perché siamo un mondo, arriva il 2021, che io vado a lavorare al Future Lab, non si parla più l'allenatore del calcio, il calciatore va al campo, gli schemi tattiche non vengono più detti a voce. È tutta la tecnologia che devi sapere, devi avere la consapevolezza, devi essere istruito per giocare a pallone, perché qualsiasi cosa che ti spiegano in campo non vengono scritti carta e penna, è la tecnologia che parla adesso. Quindi il consiglio che dare al giovane: continuare a sognare, però non perdere la strada dello studio. Se si parla di un ragazzo che è arrivato qua, l'integrazione sarebbe la lingua, imparare la lingua, frequentare la gente del posto, non vivere sempre in comunità. Qua siamo in Sardegna, che in generale in Italia la maggior parte dei ragazzi vivono in comunità. Senza la lingua non puoi integrarti, senza lo sport non significa andare al campo poi dopo tornare in comunità, significa vivere con la gente con cui ti assui tanto.
Basically, the children, they have to dream. They have to keep on dreaming, and you should keep on following your dreams. You should set appropriate values and goals, objectives, but you should be aware that football sometimes doesn't give you everything because it's quite, is a liar, yeah, tricky, because a career can last 40 years, 20 years, or a few months. So you should be aware that sports should be put together, studying and or other kind of job. And sometimes the foreigner, they live in closed environment, and then the mistake sometimes is that you move from this community to the football field and then back. But sport is about mingling with people, living with the other, learning the language, and to know the other, and the other to get to know the others. Yeah, this is how it is. May I ask a question, or should we move on? Fine.
I think that's the best closing, actually.
Grazie mille. Grazie mille.
Grazie Fadel.
È stato emozionante parlare davanti a queste persone.
Anche per noi, grande piacere.
Grazie.
Ci vediamo al giro così. Grazie.
We are keep on going, on another interesting aspect of our project, which is to look at the future. We should try to think upon what kind of competence or skills should the managers engaged in sport have, according to the society where we are living and the one that it will be, and all the cross-sector and, in a way, cross-border nature of this project is also represented well by our next speaker, Bruno Avelar Rosa, which is either senior partner at Cantara Sport, which is a global consulting company in the field of sport, as well as visiting professor at the University of Coimbra. So thank you very much for being here. Stage is yours.
Isn't connected. Okay, first of all, for the second time, I want to thank Roberto and Maria the invitation for being here and to be within the Minevacante family, which is quite known around Europe. So I'm very glad to be here with you, and to talk about this thing. Actually, I will bring some insights about a topic that I think that is mostly solved by the project output, which is curious because the recommendation that could be give about the integration of migrants in a sports management also depends on skills, and these skills need to be taught in a way that can be learned. So to think specifically in a pathway for migrants seems very interesting. Today we were talking about this very nice sentence. No any decision without my presence.
Nothing about us without us.
Yes, nothing about us without us. Actually, I listened to this sentence before. I think in Portuguese maybe, and this is true also for when we talk about gender equality or when we talk about children. So it's a matter of don't decide anything about us without us being involved in the process. Don't talk about us in our back, because we want to be part of the process. And this is the main goal, the main pathway that we must think when we are talking about integration. When we talk about integration of different diversities. But in this case, what I will give is exactly the opposite. I will discuss the integration of migrants from the sports management perspective. Why is good to integrate migrants or migrant profiles in a sports management approach? So what I will talk about first, it's about the new sports management, the new challenge on sports management, the new demands about sports managers, and the way sport managers migrants or migrant sports managers or sport migrant managers can benefit sports management, not only themselves being included, but also their profile, the way they can improve, they can develop the process of management in sports topic. So how can it's here? It's faster? No.
No, now it's visible. Takes a while.
I can what? Okay, it's there. Yes. Okay, so the idea is the future of sport demands a lot of challenges, and in this challenge, we want to integrate migrants because migrants will improve the solution for these challenges. How can I pass? It's just clicking.
Click it. Yes.
This is not evidence-based from the research perspective, but I think it's a personal position that the sports management has main challenges, and these main challenges are related with these new topics, these new areas that are arising. Public space, and this is already a need, especially after COVID-19. The concept of non-sport, some of you maybe know the non-places from Marc Auger, and the need for technology. And if we look, okay. When we talk about public space, we are talking about many things. The need of thinking in sport as a human activity that can be or should be linked with nature. And now we are thinking also in bringing nature to inside the cities. And this is a new challenge for sports management because sport is not happening only inside conventional pavilions or conventional facilities. We start to use other places, other venues to do sport, or just physical activity in a spontaneous way. And this is an anthropological perspective. It's not only a issue on sports. It's something that we must think in a global way. The other thing that is also related is the non-sport. We are talking now about not practice only the 5-against-5 basketball or the 11-against-11 football. We are talking about playing sport. And this new kind of doing sports, it's appearing again in the series with new ways of having public sport facilities and even new sports that are arising now. And this is somehow, we can observe this in a strict way, for example, with these new Olympic Games sports. When you are talking about climbing, surfing, skating, breakdance, they are not conventional sports. They are post-modernity sports. People goes there and practice when they want. They don't have to follow a schedule. They don't need a coach. They just need to practice. And these new sports are now being recognized also as conventional sports. So this is a sign that also something is changing about what is a sport. And this brings us to the technology. The technology with esports, all the reports of the big consultancies are putting their coins in the technology as the most important pathway in the future for sports management and for sports practice. Now the metaverse, the artificial intelligence, the virtual reality, augmented reality, these are new scopes of work for sports managers. And a sign, for example, was in the last preparatory action regarding the new kinds of practice that the European Commission is funding. In 4 selected projects, 4 are about, in 5 selected projects, 4 were selected, were about the technology, the use of technology. And this is also in line with the known SHARE initiative, that is an initiative from the European Commission that is trying to put sport in every policies. Don't talk about sport without having sport involved. So sport is in cohesion policies, inclusion policies, in disability policies, is in every policies, and we can look at sport also as a main tool for environment. For example, we are talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, and sport can be a main actor in its promotion. So this wide scope of understanding sport, it is something that the new manager should be aware and should be in line. It is not only a matter of doing the swimming pool schedules anymore. It is a matter of understanding the world as complex, wide, and deep And sports management needs a different profile that we're having until now. And this profile can have three main ideas, which it's the disruptive spirit, to be a little bit like Pedro Diaz, focus, or also the examples of disruptive are Pedro, when with 14 years old, said, I want to be in 2008 Olympic Games, or when a colleague in the morning said that, okay, we are a club that we are a zero and want to be in the first league. This is huge. And this to do this, you must believe that the reality is not the reality. You can build your own matrix and make this matrix a true reality. So the disruptive spirit, I always think in Plato's cave. The people inside the cave thinks that the cave is the reality, but the reality is outside the cave. So the sport managers, once they are in a complex world wide, they need to look not inside the cave, but outside the cave, because the reality is there. And if your cave is not exactly the reality, you must give the right step in the right direction and not be, because in Portugal it's like this, and because in Portugal it was like this always. No, it doesn't have to be. Create your own reality. Create your own cave, but an open cave, of course. And the other thing is, this is, from a technical point of view, this is hard to do, is we must permanently zoom in and zoom out. Think globally and act locally. We must understand the specificities of a person. Like the colleague that was here before, it's very hard to talk after him because his story is complete. He's incredible. And we must think on him as a person. He's not a number, or was not a number when he was passing through difficulties. But at the same time, we need to understand the trends of the world. So we must zoom in and zoom out constantly to understand what's happening in terms of policies, in terms of what is saying the World Health Organization, what is saying UNESCO, what is saying the main international federations, what is saying European Commission, and at the same time, what's the problem in my hometown, in my surf club, in my karate club, in my judo club? What's the kind of people that is playing sports in my local community club? Which kind of parents are involved? In which way can I use my small club with 80 judokas in contribute to sustainable development goals in my hometown, and thus contributing to achieve sustainable development goals in the world. And this zoom in and zoom out. And then the third need that I think that new sports managers think is this mix between Bauman and Bruce Lee. Maybe you know the Bruce Lee speech, be water, my friend. You know the speech. He said, be shapeless. If water becomes, if you put water in the bottle, it becomes the bottle. If you put water in the glass, it becomes the glass. If water can flow and water can crash, be water, my friend. This is the topic. The postmodernism makes that our own life is the only guide we have. It is not possible. I wanted to be a karate master when I had 16 years old. I didn't have the success that Pedro had with this plan, so I don't know what I am actually, because I'm zoom in and zoom out all the time. So we are in a deep, complex, wide and fluid reality, and even the sport manager today is managing in an education through sports environment. Tomorrow is in a consultancy which is for profit based. Tomorrow is in the university doing management of sport, university sport. Tomorrow is in ethics in sport NGO. So we need to manage sport in all its branches. So we must adapt and we must be good in different ashes. So the summary of this is that we must look at the base, open your base of knowledge, but at the same time try to be specialist in what? In the tools you have. Keep your eagle-eye view always what's happening, nice radar, and work always in a multidisciplinary team. And not only multidisciplinary team, multicultural teams are essential to understand. Well, these kind of skills or this kind of profiles for a sports manager are not very, very different of the skills or the profile that are being recognized by the main organizations that are looking to the labor market and the future of jobs and the future of employment. They are saying this in a much more theoretical approach than I'm doing right now. But actually, when we talk about the future of jobs, the future of employees, the future of human resources are to be what I was saying, to look into and to look wide, to be all around, be involved in different teams, develop your soft skills. And after that, this very recent research, they were analyzing 140,000 job offers, and they conclude that, well, I cannot read now, if they can conclude that the most part of the topics are the same. They are looking for soft skills, they are looking for cooperation, they are looking for critical thinking, they are looking for flexibility, they are looking for people that has decision making, emotional intelligence. I'm talking by heart, but it's what they conclude. They are not talking about specific skills of have a bachelor in sports management. But this can be important also, but it's put the sports management in the scope of the person, not the person in the scope of sports management. And if we look at the profile of migrants, of course, that's why appears here the abanico español. That's why it appears that because there is migrants. You have migrants with incredible qualifications, and we have migrants with no qualifications. Many knows how to speak in English. Many doesn't know any other language beside their own. So we are talking about a big range of people. But all of them can guarantee in some way nowadays that they can feel feeling, not the emotion. They can feel, they can match with the three main competencies that the OECD said that are needed for the 20th century. They can act autonomously. What they did, the stories they passed by, they are survivors, they are fighters, they are the best in what they do, they are trying to be happy. In this fight, they never lost it before. I was reading a new Korean philosopher that wrote a book about the society of tyrannus. And for example, in Korea, there are people that they are passing through the experience of being inside. When you die and you go under the feet, they put inside to feel the experience of being dead, trying to get the alive feeling again. These people have no problems with this. They are motivation is the key for them. They are trying to be happy. They are changing countries. They are fighting to earn their life. They are fighting to have papers. They fight. They are the best. Everyone wants someone like this in the organization. And these kind of profiles are also very good and very promoted in Erasmus Plus Sport. Not only as a possible sports manager, but they can be the focus, as Mina Vacanti does, they can be the focus of Erasmus Plus projects, that is bring them to sports contests. Sport is a common language, is a universal language. Everyone likes sport. If you don't like sport, okay, I don't like sport, I like dancing. Okay, everyone likes to play, everyone likes to move the body in some way. So let's call it sport or physical activity or whatever. So bring them to sport, bring them to a community where you can be yourself, and they can bring also this perspective. It is not only a matter of Italians including people, it's people including people among them, and using sports for that. For example, this is a little bit the experience I'm having with our company, which is a consulting firm. We are mainly based in Middle East, and in Riyadh officer, the director is a woman, and this has a lot of sense in terms of Middle East. The director of Cantera Sports in Riyadh is a woman, and we are people from more than 10 countries working spread around the world. So this is something that is the base of the organization. Think on including people and think on talking people, because if you know people from other places, especially with places where you can have some kind of prejudice, some kind of I don't know, because he's Arabic, I don't know, you change. And I'm finishing. I had this personal experience. I was very young. I just finished my bachelor in sports science in Portugal, and I went to Barcelona to live, and I was there living some years. And there was a moment there, 9 months after arriving in Barcelona, I started working as an officer in the Barcelona Comune, in Comune de Barcelona. As a Portuguese, there were 40 employees in the Municipal Institute of Barcelona, and everyone knows the Portuguese one. 39 Catalans and 1 Portuguese. I had a good Spanish at the time. I understood Catalan at the time. I understood that it was very important to know Catalan, so I learned Catalan in 1 year. So it was, okay, I will study 10 hours a week, but this is something, and this happened almost 20 years ago, but this is something I still think. If I, Portuguese, wanted to work in Comuna de Lisbona, I'm not sure if I would. If I want to work in Comuna de Sassari, can I, as a foreigner? I'm not a migrant in the sense of the word, but can I work in Comuna de Sassari without speaking Italian yet? Can I work in Lisbon municipality? No, but I work in Barcelona municipality. But Barcelona, Barcelona is only the 3rd sport city in the world with Olympic Games, with blah, blah, blah. So the best of the best hire a kid with 24 years old or 23 at the time to work with them. And I was an officer during 3 days. I'm sorry, 3 days makes no sense. During three years. Can our organization think on this? For example, Lisbon nowadays is a fashion city. A lot of people living in city. But or you are a nomad, a digital nomad, or you are a designer, or you don't find jobs beside doing in call centers. Any Portuguese organization, public organization, is hiring foreign people. Why? What's the problem? I'm a Portuguese and I work in one of the best municipalities in the world with no experience. I only had my bachelor to present at the time. And this is the question. Our organizations are hiring enough foreign people, migrants, refugees, or just from the European Union? Are we thinking in this kind of perspective, or are we all Italians? Are we all Portuguese? And when we talk about migrants, we were talking about, and I'm really finishing now, we are talking about context. And I think there is the main context, the main entrance for migrants to be involved is practicing, as I was saying before. And being practice, you can, if you are in a volleyball club, 1 year after you are part of the community of this club, and you are start doing volunteering by yourself because you are there to support the coach, arranging a match or something, but you can start doing volunteering, youth volunteering, so the organizations as Minovacante can offer these kind of opportunities. Then you can start coaching. I like sport. You can start coaching, or because you can start coaching, or you can start managing in a administrative basis, then a management basis, then a leadership basis. It's a matter of climbing, but this is the route for being a sport manager, being a migrant. I think not evidence-based. I think that you first must start doing sports. But if you have a specific pathway with a curricular approach, this is even better because you can do your start practice, and inside the club, you can do your own course. And finally, this is an example, a curiosity, because 12 years ago in Barcelona, we wrote this article about migration and sports culture. What kind of criteria should we have to include migrants in sports practice? Because we identified that a lot of migrants, especially those that are not European, they had inclusion problems also to do sports because they didn't find the sports they want. They didn't find cricket, they didn't find Latin American sports, they didn't find Indian and other Western Asia sports to do, martial arts and other kind of. They didn't find it, so it is a matter. Now you can find a lot of cricket clubs in Barcelona, and somehow it has a relation with this. And we identified the barriers for them to do sport, and the policy needs that. Then the further strategy for integrating foreigners in the city then was designed having in count these barriers. And I was yesterday at bed, and I remember I have this article. I completely forgot when I sent you the first, but 12 years ago. This is updated, but it's interesting. How can we put migrants doing more sport? Which kind of barriers they face, culturally, economically, geographically? So we are on the track right now. European Commission is helping sport organizations NGOs already knew that before, but sports organizations are starting to think besides sport, not think only in providing sport to people, but think as a sport agency. We don't only teach sport or coach sport, we use sport to impact our communities. And sport clubs are now thinking like this. This is new, and this is also a result from the European Commission policy since the Treaty of Lisbon in 2007. But hopefully, even being on track, we still have a lot of work to do and and motivation is the key. Fortunately, I don't have problems of motivation myself. Grazie mille. Io non parlo italiano, ma capito bene.
That's already a good start. Yeah, it's definitely true that in a way sport is so complex that when you are a sport manager, you can easily move in another segment of the society because you learn so much about law, about education, about different kind of competencies, social media, communication, anything. At the same time, once I was attending a conference held by an Italian actor with 4 grandparents of 4 different nationalities, and he was explaining, to answer into your question, in my opinion, why people are so afraid of the migrant, because in a way or in another, the migrant, they will make it. Because they have a goal to be integrated, they have more motivation than the local, and sometimes abroad you achieve some results that at your home you don't, because maybe you don't try enough, because you have your own scheme and prejudices, and I'm really a good example of what you suggest, because I am public employed in Slovenia, so I'm a journalist in Slovenia for the public broadcasting company, which is what you suggest. That's why I cannot work in Italy, but maybe there I was more motivated. So thank you very much, and I really will use your metaphor of the cave, because we are doing again look outside of the cave, metaphorically speaking, with our next guest, Giampiero Barrocu, director of the Unione Italiana, thank you, Sport per Tutti, Italian Union Sport for All, in the department of Sassari. This is one of the main Italian, in English it would be called either an entity active in the promotion of sport, either an entity active in the social development. And when you check their website, you have no idea when it finished the sport and when it started the social dimensions. So Giampiero, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for your patience.
Grazie a voi e intanto grazie agli amici di Mine Vaganti per averci dato questa opportunità di parlare di noi, di chi siamo. Noi chi siamo lo raccontiamo attraverso quello che facciamo. È molto interessante parlare di WISP, di chi siamo, dopo gli ultimi interventi, in particolare dopo aver ascoltato una federazione come la FIPA, perché spesso gli enti di promozione sportiva sono visti come antagonisti delle federazioni, ma realmente non è così. Insomma, anzi, però in molti casi abbiamo le convenzioni, facciamo tutti parte della stessa famiglia, siamo sotto il CONI. Diversi sono gli obiettivi, a volte i metodi, ma c'è quel grande cappello sopra, che è lo sport, è il movimento che ci accomuna. Mi ha fatto piacere trovare un ambiente così confortevole in una conferenza. Non è semplice, forse anche questa è la forza dello sport, creare un po' spogliatoio quando si va. Credo di aver bisogno della tastiera per andare avanti con... sì, quindi ok. Mouse, tastiera. Ok.
Just a short introduction. It's very nice to be here with this comfortable and pleasant atmosphere. Maybe this is one of the power of sport. I'm glad to speak in the same frame of the Italian Volleyball Federation. We belong to the same family. We should not be considered as competitors, but we belong to the same family of sport. We all are under the umbrella of the Italian Olympic Committee. We just have different goals in our activities.
L'Unione Italiana Sport per Tutti è la più grande associazione di promozione sportiva d'Italia, con oltre 1.300.000 tesserati. Insomma, nasce nel 1948, il Comitato Territoriale di Sassari un po' più recente, negli anni 60. Non voglio annoiarvi con la nostra storia, ma la storia spesso racconta chi siamo, appunto. è un'associazione di promozione sportiva riconosciuta dal CONI nel 1976, riconosciuta anche come associazione di promozione sociale. Perché è importante questo? Fino agli anni 90 l'UISP era quella che organizzava i campionati sportivi, il calcio, il basket, la pallavolo, le grandi manifestazioni come Vivicità, una manifestazione di corsa nella quale tutti possono partecipare, dove si invadono le città, c'è la parte sia competitiva che non competitiva. Però poi le cose sono un po' cambiate. A partire dagli anni 2000 veniamo riconosciuti come associazione di promozione sociale, quindi anche lo sport, la forza dello sport nell'inclusione, nelle attività educative, nella socialità, la forza dello sport nella comunità viene riconosciuta. Un piccolo aneddoto: sino agli anni 90 i nostri operatori, chi lavorava nei nostri centri, erano tutti sportivi o ex sportivi, la maggior parte, insomma, e si faceva fatica a volte a ragionare con loro della nostra mission, perché l'obiettivo era quello di competere del risultato. Quando siamo diventati associazioni di promozione sociale e sono cresciuti i progetti di promozione sociale, il nostro personale ora è quasi esclusivamente composto da educatori, e quindi invece l'obiettivo è quello di far capire quanto è importante lo sport e il movimento da questo punto di vista.
Just a quick remark about the history, not to be boring, but because through our history you can understand who we are. Basically, we are the main body for the promotion of sport with over 1 million people, members. We are at the same time an entity to promote sport for the societal development. Until the 90s, the main task was to organize competition in different sports, running, and so on. Then we became also a body for the social development. And before this period, our staff was mostly composed by former athletes, either sport people. Right now, the majority of our staff is composed by trainers, educators, people with different kind of background.
Cosa dice la nostra mission? Cioè, quali sono i nostri valori? I nostri valori, per cui dicevamo appunto, non siamo antagonisti delle federazioni. I nostri valori c'è, sotto quel grande cappello dello sport, del gioco e del movimento, c'è al centro il soggetto, la persona da valorizzare nella sua totalità, nel rispetto proprio delle differenze. Noi valorizziamo le differenze di età, di orientamento religioso, sessuale, differenze di razza, le differenze sessuali. L'unica differenza che noi combattiamo è quella relativa alla mancanza di opportunità delle persone. E riconosciamo nel gruppo il luogo ideale per raggiungere i nostri obiettivi. Possiamo far partire il video su Luis Chi siamo, così iniziamo a raccontare con qualche immagine. Posso parlare su questo? Sì.
We are not against the sport federation, but we work together in the sport field. Our target is the person with all the dimension. We try to develop all the dimension that the person has in the full respect of any kind of difference like age, gender, sexual orientation, color of the skin, and so on. Our big enemy is the lack of opportunities, and we believe that the group is the ideal place to reach our goals.
Grazie. Quasi un peccato parlare sulle immagini, donne, bambini, persone di tutte le età che fanno sport e fanno movimento. Cosa vuol dire mettere la persona al centro? dire rispettare la velocità di tutti, vuol dire rispettare la voglia di fare sport, perché ognuno può fare sport a modo suo, può andare alla sua velocità, nella sua dimensione. Che lo sport è benessere, come abbiamo detto adesso, lo sport è qualità della vita, benessere fisico, socialità. Abbiamo visto che vediamo ancora le nostre generazioni a under 99. Abbiamo veramente
pure here is respect the speed of each one, everyone each person provide socialization,
a volte andare in palestra per un anziano è anche motivo di socializzazione. E noi rispettiamo questo, c'è chi vuole andare lì per una questione meramente fisica, per chi invece vuole andare lì perché è quell'occasione di incontrare altri, e noi rispettiamo questo. Ognuno ha la sua velocità, ognuno nella sua dimensione. Questo è mettere la persona al centro.
For us to put the person in the center means that everyone can do, for example, so pleasure that can give exercise. This is what we have. So yes, we have the person.
Questa è un'associazione ovviamente antifascista e antirazzista. Grazie. Visto che il tema della conferenza ci parla di integrazione e di inclusione, andiamo avanti con le slide. Tra i vari progetti di integrazione e inclusione abbiamo quelli che riguardano i migranti, abbiamo progetti di cooperazione internazionale. Il Comitato Territoriale di Sassari è il più grande in Sardegna. Per farvi capire quanto per noi è importante l'integrazione, l'inclusione, la nostra Presidente è la responsabile nazionale delle politiche internazionali, è la responsabile delle politiche internazionali dell'UISP. Questo è lei che ci riporta la sua esperienza nelle attività svolte in Libano, in Siria, delle quali fra un po' vedremo dei contributi.
We surely have activities in relation with migrants, but also that they lie in the frame of the international cooperation. Our regional department is the biggest in Sardinia. Our president, she is the coordinator for international relations within the WISP national, so within the national board.
Lo sport sociale, come vediamo qua nel contributo grafico, è anche sport di cittadinanza. Perché sport di cittadinanza? Perché vuol dire che il cittadino deve essere libero di praticare sport anche in spazi non convenzionali, non necessariamente una palestra. Noi facciamo attività nei parchi, promuoviamo lo sport che può essere la corsa per strada, anche soltanto avere dei marciapiedi illuminati, questo permette alle persone di correre. Pensiamo a Via Venezia, a Sassari, che è diventata forse la pista di atletica più battuta ormai per i runners amatoriali.
We link clearly sport with the citizenship, so with the fact that sport people can be physically active also in a space that they are not originally planned for sport, like to go jogging or to go into the park, so to provide streets that they are safe, maybe with appropriate lights, not lightning.
Okay. Le politiche, parlando proprio di politiche per l'integrazione, per la cooperazione dell'UISP, noi crediamo che, come è già stato ampiamente detto solo questo pomeriggio, tante volte, che lo sport è un linguaggio universale. Non ha bisogno di traduzioni. Se pensiamo allo sport e al movimento, una capriola non ha bisogno di essere tradotta, un salto, il calcio a una palla, non hanno bisogno di essere tradotti. Il gesto, il movimento, le espressioni sono linguaggi universali e per questo uniscono e hanno la capacità di unire. Tra le nostre attività volevo portare l'esempio di due progetti, uno finanziato dalla Regione Sardegna nel 2016, poi realizzato nel 2017, diritti in movimento. nel quale degli ospiti dei centri di accoglienza a Sassari hanno avuto la possibilità di praticare basket, ginnastica, come abbiamo visto anche nel video, e i gruppi di cammino, che sono dei gruppi che noi facciamo con le persone. Sembra molto elementare, però camminare è già salutare, già muoversi è meglio che non far niente. Girare per la città e riscoprire quelle che sono le bellezze del nostro territorio. Gli ospiti dei centri di accoglienza hanno avuto questa opportunità. Il progetto prevedeva la formazione di operatori che potessero accompagnarli per uscire appunto dal centro e introdurli nelle nostre attività. La formazione dei tutor, possiamo dire che è stato un grandissimo successo. Alcuni hanno giocato per anni nei nostri campionati di basket, hanno fatto attività per anni, alcuni sono diventati i nostri istruttori.
We said many times today that sport is universal language because there is no need to translate a jump or a kick to the ball or any kind of movement of expression. They are absolutely clear to everyone. We have a project made in 2016 supported by the region of Sardinia, which is called Diritti in Movimento, like rights and movement. The asylum seekers, refugees, they were engaged through basket, gymnastics and walking, which is a very important activity because it's a way of moving, which is better than not to do anything, as well as to discover the territory, which is particularly relevant for the new guests. So a new opportunity to discover also the territory. And through this project, we also train some tutor or leaders that they were keeping involved in our activities, and we can consider this project as a success because many people are keeping on being active in basket. Some of them, they even became coaches or leader within our networks.
So che i tempi sono strettissimi, quindi chiedo di lanciare subito il video sulla cooperazione internazionale. Partiamo magari, come vi ho detto, se riusciamo, dai 3 minuti per tagliare. Ok. Un attimo. Ok, parliamo, adesso vedremo intanto che i tecnici fanno cenno, vedremo alcune immagini dei nostri progetti in Libano, in Siria, nei quali si va a formare educatori, insegnanti, genitori sull'approccio metodologico riguardo al movimento e allo sport. Quello che per noi è scontato, cioè provare a educare al movimento stimolando, animando, non è così dappertutto. Pensiamo ai campi profughi dove andiamo, ok, e che vedremo adesso, le priorità sono altre sicuramente.
With our activity in Syria, where our goal is to train leader, teacher, even parents about
Immagina un barcone, 900 corpi,
approach sport and movement.
Io non ho parole. Per te è una cosa grande, è un mare che ti inghiotte, le sue profonde acque, macabre.
Ci sono le immagini di vivicità, grazie al quale finanziamo appunto le attività che vengono fatte in Libano e in Siria, venivano fatte purtroppo prima del Covid e prima della guerra in Siria. Tra queste anche la riqualificazione dei centri polivalenti per lo sport, l'acquisto di pulmini e ovviamente l'acquisto di beni di prima necessità.
There are also some sport activity that we used in order to fundraise many activities, like to invest on some infrastructure or like some buses or other kind of goods that are necessary to practice sport. Of course, the COVID and the war in Syria were not really helping us.
Giusto.
Volevo giusto ringraziarti perché comunque le nostre strade si sono incrociate spessissimo. Minevanti e NGO WISP collaborano praticamente sin da, non lo so, 2011 credo, praticamente sin dagli inizi, perché io e Roberto siamo di Sassari e devo dire che con voi abbiamo avuto subito delle affinità elettive, proprio per questo modo di concepire lo sport come strumento educativo, come strumento che può veicolare diversi messaggi. E ogni volta che noi creiamo dei moduli educativi sono rivolti ad un target group finale e con voi li abbiamo sempre testati su vari campi, quindi grazie mille veramente per questo intervento.
Grazie a voi. Chiudo con un piccolo aneddoto per farvi capire che cos'è la cooperazione internazionale per noi. Io non ho avuto la fortuna di partire in Libano, perché quando abbiamo iniziato con l'attività è nata mia figlia, sono diventato genitore, ho fatto la scelta di non andare. La prima volta che siamo andati, Loredana, la Presidente, è tornata piena di dubbi perché diceva loro hanno bisogno di probabilmente tanti più beni, ma qual è la forza del nostro intervento? Formare insegnanti, formare educatori. Pochi mesi dopo stiamo parlando di contesti nelle scuole dove gli insegnanti avevano ancora i bastoni a fianco, vicino alle porte. Tornare pochi mesi dopo e vedere che quei bastoni non venivano usati, non c'erano più nelle classi, era già un grandissimo traguardo raggiunto. Grazie. No. Sì. Sì. Molto sulla disciplina.
Okay. What this means, international cooperation for us means that we train the teacher, we train the educator. When we went there the first time, they were using some kind of sticks as educational tool. When we came back after a few months, then they were not using that anymore, and that was our bigger achievement. Personally, he could not go because he had a daughter that was born, so sadly he could not go there. But anyway, this is the mission of WISP, which join forces so often with Mine Vaganti. So this is a very good NGO, which is a very good cooperation on the territory of Sassari.
Grazie mille ancora.
And we will move a few kilometers away from Sassari going towards Nuoro with the president of Scuola Calcio. This is a football team just focusing on youth, as well as programming officer and head of the European Information Center. And warm welcome to Salvatore Boeddu.
Buongiorno. Mi sentite?
Buonasera Salvatore, scusa per l'attesa, ci senti bene?
Sì, tutto bene, grazie.
Perfetto. Soundcheck andato, prego. Salvatore, puoi partire?
Va bene, io intanto mi scuso, saluto tutti i presenti e assolutamente ringrazio di questo invito Roberto e Maria Grazia dell'Associazione Mine Vaganti e tutti i partner che hanno organizzato questo importantissimo meeting europeo su una prospettiva importantissima che ci vede tutti impegnati, anche quelli che non si vogliono impegnare si impegneranno perché questa è la prospettiva. Dare diritto di cittadinanza in un dialogo, in un contesto di dialogo interculturale a tutti i cittadini e tutte le persone che in questo momento stanno in Europa e anche fuori dall'Europa. Quindi grazie davvero per questo invito. Io mi scuso con i presenti per non potermi esprimere in un inglese adeguato e quindi mi presenterò e porterò la mia testimonianza in italiano.
I will just translate the first moment of Salvatore. Basically, is head of Europe Direct in Nuoro, and he mentioned about active citizenship and related to sport, which is a factor on the matter. I know very well that there is a background and his life is always been related to sport. And he's apologizing because he doesn't have much time, but actually we all have little time because all the contributions were so interesting, and that's why I leave him the floor to go on with his speech.
Allora, io rappresento una scuola calcio delle zone interne di questa meravigliosa isola che è la Sardegna, e portiamo avanti una originale esperienza sportiva e soprattutto nel mondo del calcio, mettendo al centro non i risultati, ma soprattutto i valori e i contenuti educativi che devono essere promossi attraverso ogni tipo di sport.
Is basically in line with the intervention of WISP Sassari, and it's about running football school team Polisport Nuoro, and before results, which are important, of course, they are aiming at the educational values and to raise, kids that can go in life and use what they learn in sport in the real life.
Pensiamo che sia fondamentale che soprattutto nella scuola calcio, adesso lasciamo stare i grandi club e il calcio della televisione e dei tanti soldi, ma soprattutto nel settore giovanile, nella scuola calcio, l'attività sportiva, la società sportiva deve essere prima di tutto un'agenzia formativa. Non è pensabile nel 2021 che la società sportiva non promuova i valori della tolleranza, dell'integrazione, del rispetto della Carta dei diritti fondamentali dell'Unione Europea. Nessuno può essere lasciato indietro e tutti devono avere la possibilità di fare attività sportiva con qualunque talento, con qualunque capacità. Io non potrei dormire la notte se dovessi dire di no ad una famiglia che mi porta un bambino che deve tecnicamente imparare l'ABC del calcio. Non è un problema. Arriverà anche quel bambino che non è portato, diciamo, statisticamente che non è portato a fare calcio, ma potrebbe fare tranquillamente un altro sport, ma troverà nella nostra scuola calcio accoglienza, rispetto e tutta l'attenzione che merita.
Of course, this is in line with what Bruno was mentioning before. The role of sport club as a sport agency in a way as a training center that has to bring education and together with sport coaching and competition and techniques. You say they cannot sleep well at night if for some way it cannot include child that maybe the family cannot, bring inside the club, or any case it's all about inclusion, basically. I guess that was what you were meaning, Salvatore.
La Polisport nasce e si attiva nel 2006. Dalla fine degli anni, diciamo dopo il 2010, tecnicamente, grazie a questa politica, a questa forte caratterizzazione, ospita con la massima naturalezza giovani bambini dai 6 anni in poi della comunità senegalese, ha ospitato in questi anni anche cittadini provenienti dalla Cina, ha ospitato e sta ospitando in questi ultimi 2 anni giovani e bambini che arrivano dall'Africa del Nord o dal Medio Oriente. Quindi i migranti per noi non sono un problema, ma sono e devono essere, come per tutti, una risorsa.
Polisport Football Club was born in 2006, and from 2010 they are including openly and actually as an added value kids from Senegal, China, and North Africa, and even Middle East. And actually something that Salvatore is very proud of.
Io ho ascoltato gli interventi che mi hanno preceduto e spero che nella prospettiva di questo ultimo anno di poter dare opportunità anche a giovani ragazzi che si sono appena diplomati, che sono ancora in cerca di lavoro, di poter incrociare le opportunità che la Polisport offre. Parlo di convenzione, una convenzione particolare che abbiamo stipulato con il liceo scientifico sportivo, perché i ragazzi di qualsiasi razza, identità o genere possano per esempio fare i percorsi alternanza lavoro al pomeriggio o nella nostra struttura. Ma non solo il liceo scientifico e quindi gli istituti superiori, ma abbiamo anche stipulato le convenzioni con le università di Cagliari e di Sassari, che ci hanno accreditato nel loro albo, perché anche diciamo, i laureandi in scienze motorie possano decidere di fare uno stage formativo presso la scuola calcio.
Now it's referring to the local connection with the sport high school in Nuoro, where actually they are offering opportunity to newly diplomati graduated to have the after school program, and as well with University of Sassari and Cagliari, where there is an agreement for having an interchange as well with the students over there.
High school students, not graduated.
Sì. High school, sì, high school.
Thank you, Maria.
È per questo motivo che anche nell'ambito proprio specifico dell'attività sportiva calcio stiamo sviluppando un rapporto di collaborazione su una metodologia internazionale, ovvero facciamo riferimento a un contesto nazionale e regionale, ma stiamo guardando al di là dei confini nazionali per capire da un punto di vista organizzativo e da un punto di vista dei rapporti fra attività sportiva e scuola, come può essere portato avanti una pratica sportiva più moderna, più diciamo, dove i fattori non competitivi, quelli, diciamo, la cosiddetta cassetta degli attrezzi che dovrebbe essere assicurata al giovane praticante, possa avere, diciamo, contenuti di confronto e di apertura rispetto ad altre realtà che non dovrebbero essere solo quelle italiane.
Okay, he wants to say that his main aim is the one to go to think out of the box, go far beyond the borders, I would say. So look more into the deep and exploring new opportunities to equip the youngsters. He said in very Italian words like cassetta degli attrezzi, meaning the basic skills that they have that they can use for their future through the use of sports.
Per questo motivo che grazie alla collaborazione ormai decennale, e correggetemi se sbaglio, Maria Grazia e Roberto, grazie a questa collaborazione...
mettiamo anche noi, pluridecennale oserei dire. Sì.
Salvatore, ho detto decennale nello stesso momento in cui tu stavi dicendo decennale.
Ecco, sì, ecco. Volete dire ai vostri ospiti che sono tendenzialmente già un po' anziano, ma non rispondo a questa provocazione. Continuerò con lo stesso entusiasmo a essere presente e soprattutto a rompervi le scatole, questo non lo traducete, perché si possa fare della progettazione europea insieme. Perché, ecco, questo posso dirlo come motivo di vanto, mi pare che, se non mi correggete voi, dovremmo essere la prima scuola calcio in Sardegna che ha potuto fare un Erasmus Sport, e quindi grazie soprattutto alla vostra collaborazione quest'estate abbiamo potuto ospitare giovani che sono venuti da 5 stati dell'Unione Europea, che hanno fatto una settimana di sport, fratellanza, dialogo interculturale qua a Nuoro, diciamo, insieme alla Polisport di Nuoro.
Ok. So gli italiani stanno applaudendo perché hanno capito, Boedo. Well, basically, we are cooperating since more than 10 years, but Salvatore is never aging, as he said, because he's keeping always, you know, the mood and the spirit to do something for the society through sport. And he's proudly say that it was the first time that in school, sport school institution in Sardinia got an Erasmus Plus project approved through us, and this summer it was held a training course in Nuoro, where he's based, and where 5 partners from 5 different countries took place. And this is also a nice product of our cooperation.
Se ho ancora la possibilità, se mi date ancora 5 minuti, parliamo di prospettiva.
Abbiamo 2 minuti per le prospettive perché i tempi sono veramente stretti.
Va bene. Allora, molto velocemente.
2 minuti del Nord Sardegna, non del centro Sardegna.
Va bene, obbedisco. Allora, intanto per dirvi che non ci si ferma qua, dopo Erasmus Sport c'è una nuova riflessione che porta all'attenzione della platea, e cioè che nel tentativo, nella necessità di creare delle opportunità di lavoro anche con questa forte attenzione nei confronti dei cittadini migranti che stanno in Sardegna, invito e do tutta la disponibilità perché si possa fare un lavoro di rete utilizzando l'opportunità del Corpo Europeo di Solidarietà, che sapete benissimo essere la nuova opportunità che ha lanciato l'Unione Europea, ma non basta. È stato lanciato in queste settimane dal Ministro delle Politiche, dal Dipartimento delle Politiche Giovanili, è stato annunciato la presentazione del bando per il servizio civile universale sportivo. Questa è una nuova opportunità e frontiera che ha necessità di avere, e chiudo, una governance regionale, territoriale, che dia pari opportunità a tutti, e mi candido insieme a voi e insieme ai vostri ospiti europei, internazionali o regionali a ragionare tutti insieme per l'utilizzo efficiente e corretto di questa nuova opportunità, il servizio civile universale sportivo. Io vi saluto, vi ringrazio ancora di questa grande opportunità, buon lavoro, buona prosecuzione del lavoro di questo importantissimo meeting e a migliori occasioni. Grazie ancora.
Grazie mille Salvatore, un applauso e un caloroso abbraccio da Sassari. Intanto traduciamo, perché questo è nel concetto pieno di platform more than conference, perché ovviamente ci fornisce un'informazione che è utile a molti di noi qua, e inoltre abbiamo qua anche presenti dei volontari europei del nuovo programma, ed è sempre importante sfruttare l'occasione anche per ringraziarli, perché sono stati incredibili nell'aiutare la riuscita, credo, di questa conferenza, e farei un applauso a loro. Maria Grazia, ora
Big applause to all of you here in the room, because
Jerry, Taya, Carolina.
Yes, Salvatore Boedo was just mentioned, is willing to be challenged to do something more together in the frame of European Solidarity Corps, a program that our lovely volunteers know very well, because we are here people like Jerry. Yeah, you can stand up. Why not? Raise your hands, Jerry. Jerry is here with us since almost a year from Greece. Taya, where are you? Show yourself. Over there, Ukraine, here since 2 months. Then we have Carolina, trainship. Yeah, Moldova. Alexa, where is Alexa? Yeah, Greece again. Well, we have other international that we kept them after this program. But anyway, it was announcing a very nice opportunity, the one to do the civic service in the frame of sport, which is a uniqueness. And it's just a program that is going to be started this year. And so I think we will give the floor to the next speaker, contributors, who is here live, and we can call him now, no?
Okay, I have the pleasure to introduce the president of Torres Femminile Football Club, the most titled team in Italy, and I want a big applause because he's also been waiting 1 hour or more. Mr. Andrea Brudoni, please on stage. Presidente.
Eccoci.
Buonasera a tutti, intanto ringrazio Roberto e Maria Grazia per l'invito e per avermi dato questa opportunità. La parola che mi è piaciuta di più stasera è stata inclusione. È una parola che un po' risuona nelle orecchie di di molte persone, ma probabilmente non tutti riescono a dare un giusto significato a questa parola. Intanto è il contrario di esclusione, che è la cosa più negativa che ci possa essere. Questo credo che sia il punto di partenza. Faccio un passo indietro però, perché divento presidente della Torres? La Torres era una società femminile, la pluriscudettata, la più titolata d'Italia, una società che ha dato lustro alla cittadinanza di Sassari, alla città di Sassari, alla Sardegna intera, perché ha unito un popolo intero, a differenza del calcio maschile, senza niente togliere, perché io sono il primo tifoso di una squadra di calcio maschile. No, pensavo mi stessi guardando per dire che squadra tifi. Esatto. Dopo, no, sì, esatto. In questo momento siamo un po' pressati alla finanza, però sì. E quindi credo che io ho sempre creduto nello sport, nel calcio, avesse un filo conduttore, fosse un mezzo tramite il quale si possano portare in alto dei progetti sociali. E quindi quando mi hanno proposto di ricostituire la Torres, come dicevo prima, pluriscudettata, abbiamo in sede qualcosa come 80-85 coppe, trofei, medaglie. Quindi ho preso la palla al balzo perché ho detto abbiamo la possibilità, Sassari ha la possibilità di portare alla ribalta anche nazionale, perché questa voce di queste ragazze deve farsi sentire e si fa sentire, di problemi anche locali, problemi nazionali, problemi mondiali. Io penso che negli ultimi anni abbiamo fatto un progetto molto importante che è durato 2 anni, che era io metto in fuorigioco il bullismo. Abbiamo parlato nelle scuole di bullismo, abbiamo parlato negli istituti superiori, nelle scuole medie e nelle scuole elementari. Abbiamo parlato con i bambini e con gli adulti. Anche nell'università abbiamo parlato di bullismo, perché poi bisogna parlare al bullo, ma bisogna parlare anche al bullizzato. Siamo stati premiati per questo, al di là del successo avuto a livello locale. La federazione ci ha premiato come unica squadra nazionale in onore del giorno era il 60° compleanno della federazione. Ci hanno premiato con un pallone d'oro alla Torres femminile per aver portato un messaggio sociale importante che va al di là dello sport. Però non è questo il senso, era non che andasse al di là dello sport, andasse con lo sport, quindi portare il problema sociale, la negatività che deve essere sconfitta tramite lo sport. E credo che questo sia il messaggio più importante che una squadra di calcio possa dare.
The favorite word I heard today was inclusion. Many people use it, not always having a clear idea. I really like because it's the opposite of exclusion, which is the worst thing that we have in our society. I am proud to be the president of Torres, which is the club with the highest, the most successful female football club, which gives visibility and honor to the city of Sassari, but it unifies in a way all the Sardinia, and this happened in the female football, but not in the male one, which is more divisive, that divides more the people. I think that football is a tool through which you can get a lot of social wishable goals. I took the challenge to rebuild the Torres, to bring it in a way to the national visibility, either the city of Sassari, either many issue relevant at local, national level. I can underline here one activity called Metto in fuorigioco il bullismo, like let's put the bullism offside. We had many activity with the schools, different level up to university. We did a lot of activities to raise awareness on the topic, talking either to the bully, either to the victim. And we were awarded by the Football Federation in the occasion of the 60th anniversary with a gold ball, because we brought a message out of sport, like we went beyond the sport, but our idea was not much to go beyond the sport, but to go with sport beyond. So to use the sport as a tool to solve a social issue.
Fa ancora specie nel 2021 dover parlare di educazione, educazione contro il bullismo, fa ancora specie dover dedicare un mese, quello di novembre, il 25 in particolare, alla solidarietà alle donne. Non dovrebbero averla la solidarietà, perché non dovremmo averla neanche noi uomini, nel senso che nel 2021 non ci dovrebbe essere chi è più debole di un altro. Quindi festeggiare o comunque fare una ricorrenza per la lotta contro la violenza sulle donne, ma è una cosa che nel 2021 probabilmente farebbe venire, a me viene l'emicrania a pensare a una cosa del genere. L'abbiamo vissuta. Abbiamo fatto con i nostri partner delle manifestazioni durante il mese di novembre, un po' col malincuore, ma non perché non credessimo, perché ancora oggi dobbiamo ancora discutere di questo. È come dover discutere oggi se una donna debba fare politica oppure no, se debba avere un velo oppure no, o se debba essere inclusa all'interno del mondo del lavoro oppure no. Oppure da poco ho sentito, in occasione di un fatto di cronaca di una giornalista, quindi si è sviluppato tutto un dibattito molto antipatico, che le donne allo stesso livello lavorativo hanno uno stipendio minore. Ecco, non perché io sia il presidente di una squadra di calcio femminile, ma credo che oggi sia ridicolo, utilizzo questo termine forte, continuare a parlare di questo. Dovremmo andare oltre, dovremmo essere tutti più intelligenti nel superare questo impasse.
It's disturbing in a way to cover this kind of topic in 2021. The month of November was dedicated with many campaigns to solidarity with women and to fight against the violence against women. And I think it should not be this solidarity, because I think it should not be the problem which generate this solidarity. Which it's hard to we are engaged in this kind of campaign, but it's still hard to accept that today we are still debating about the possibility for women to be involved in the politics, because it's something which, if they should be involved in the work, if they should have equal salary with men, like all those debates, they should be in our past, and it's ridiculous, that was the word, that we still have to have those topics on our agenda in 2021.
Okay. I want just to add to Andrea's intervention that 3 years ago, our path, they met, Mina Vaganti NGO and Torres female football team. I knew the history. I know that there is no other team in Italy that won more than Torres Femminile. So it's one of these excellencies we have in this city, as others, Abinsula, in high-tech, and there are many. But of course, Andrea took this role as making this dream restart. And of course, he has all the burden in his shoulder. And I mean, we just decided to work together, because we are working in the Erasmus Plus program, sport, as we discussed all day about Erasmus Plus sport project. And together we are in some project in Erasmus Plus. And for us, it's amazing because we have the opportunity to work with an institution, a sport club that is such pride for the city, and they have a local impact, of course, because they're working with 25 athletes in the first team, and then the junior team, and then they have a social side as well. They are doing a lot in the city, and not all in the city. We are in two big sport collaborative projects. One is about anti-match fixing, and the other one is about inclusion in general, which is the word we mentioned the most today. Quindi io ti ringrazio, mi scuso ancora se ti abbiamo fatto aspettare così tanto, però era tutta una scusa affinché tu rimanessi fino all'aperitivo finale che sarà tra 15 minuti se riusciamo a finire tutto. Applauso per Andrea Budoni, vuoi dire qualcosa?
Grazie a tutti, buon proseguimento.
And now we have to connect with Professor Mike Fisher. Antonio?
Head of Trendy Startup Service and Project Coordination, Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Sport, University of Vecta in Germany. Mark Fisher, are you here? Yes, we see you.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you. I have to say I was looking all the time for the Italian words for good afternoon because I only knew good evening. So buonasera a tutti a Sardegna. So I didn't have to look for good afternoon, but all good, I'm here. Yeah, I have to say big thank you for the invitation to Roberto and Maria. And when Maria and Roberto asked me if I could add something to the whole conference about sports and the power of sports, what sports can do, of course I said, why not? So my background, to start with that, is more in the professional world of football. There it all started. I worked for over 10 years in these kind of football clubs in the English Premier League, in the Scottish Premier League, and also in the German Bundesliga. And of course, I would like to share some observations I made throughout the entire course while I was working there. And I think what Andrea just said, because Andrea and I met only a few weeks ago because I was over with some students for a summer school, and they developed some new ideas and opportunities for Torres Feminile. So, and there, of course, I was totally impressed what kind of work they already do. And this is a great example, which brings me nearly to the end of my presentation, where it says that it doesn't matter how big or what size the club is or the sporting institution is, you can always do these kind of programs. So, but to start with the Premier League, I would like to give an overview. When we are talking about football in England, a lot of people are mourning about the commercialization of the whole product. But of course, they did not only professionalize the commercial side of things or the football side of things, they also professionalized the social and community side of things. Yeah, and when I'm talking to the German clubs over here, they always come up with the idea, okay, why are the English clubs that big? Because the people in the UK are mad or crazy in somewhere. Yeah, that's always the explanation. I think, yeah, that's maybe only 20% of the story. Maybe they know a bit more about community work and how they can really bring the football, the sporting side to the society. And this is what I would like to explain today very briefly. I might skip some videos or whatsoever because of the timing. But if some people are interested, of course, they can contact me and we can have a discussion, no problem at all. Good. About the popularity of football in the UK, just to give you an understanding, you might have heard about a very, very famous manager called Bill Shankly. He once said, some people believe football is a matter of life and death. I'm very disappointed with that attitude. I can assure you it is much, much more important than that. Of course, he said that with a smiley face, but I think that underlines a little bit how huge the football side of things is in the United Kingdom. And when we are talking about football, of course, England is always known as the home of the game, home of football. And of course, that makes sense because when you look into the history books about football, you can find that football was already played in England around 1170, of course, in a bit different way than it was today. And then the Football Association was formed already in the 19th century. The first football club was formed there in 1857. Some of you might know him. It's Sheffield Football Club, no professional club these days. And they're saying they always want to stay an amateur club. So very interesting situation there. Of course, about the National Cup and also the national team in the first international match was played in England. And very importantly, the first national league was formed. In terms of size, today there are more than 40,000 registered football clubs in England. In comparison to that, Germany has approximately 25,000 registered clubs. So absolutely huge what's going on over there. And yeah, no surprise here, the Premier League is one of the most famous sports leagues worldwide, next to the NFL, the National Football League of American Football, or the NBA in basketball, etc. When you're doing community work, it makes sense that it somehow reflects also the strength of your brand. And here's a little table where it says the strongest football brands in the world. And at the moment, 6 out of 10 football clubs, of the first 10 football clubs, or the strongest brands, are coming from the English Premier League. So they already see that it's a huge impact, not only on the football pitch, but also how much it means in terms of a brand awareness, etc. side of things. Very interesting. In England, there were the dark ages, as they call it, in the 80s, where they had a lot of problems about hooliganism, etc. And the Premier Minister, Margaret Thatcher, was looking for solutions to cover these kind of social problems. And so she got in touch or reached out to the professional football clubs at that time and asked them if they can do something together. So this is how it all started, that football clubs were taking over some services. Normally you would like to rely on the regional governments or the national government. So for instance, today, Liverpool Football Club and Sunderland Football Club act as lead agencies in the cities for mental health and family learning. Clubs are also involved with programs to improve child literacy and enterprise. So there you see already that the football clubs are not only reaching out within their specific topic of sports, but they said we can use also our brand to have an impact in different other fields of life, which is, for example, education, going to schools. Maybe we can reach the kids much, much better than an original teacher could do it. Or we might also have a better access to adults that can't read, can't write, so that we can help them. And if they're feeling this kind of togetherness with the football club itself. So very interesting there that the Premier League itself is also created as this kind of solution to cover these kind of social problems. I'm skipping this video. This is about Watford Football Club, where I was part of the community trust, just to give you the idea that it's not only the sports side of things, also working with disabled people, of course, with migrants, etc. But we are skipping this, as I would like to bring you to one of the standout examples when it comes to community work in the UK, which is Arsenal Football Club. Arsenal Football Club says itself on the website, community has always been at the heart of Arsenal Football Club. What makes a club survive in the long term is not always the top of the tree, but its roots. It is these roots that we need to extend and make sure that they grow and spread into the community, both here in the UK and internationally. It is a fundamental part of what we do and what we represent as a club. I think this stating as a mission statement of a professional football club is absolutely important, because it says that, of course, you can have successful times on the pitch and the spectators, the fans will come. But if you're not successful, then it counts. And if you do this kind of grassroots work in the community, the people will come to the games, especially when you're not that good on the pitch. One of the major examples in this direction is always Luton Town Football Club. I don't know if you've heard about them. They were for decades in the second tier of English football, the Championship. And then, of course, they went into financial troubles and they were relegated down to the fifth tier of English football, into the National League. And the big surprise to all of them was when we are sitting in the fifth league, that not only around 1,000 people were attending the matches, but around 5,000 on average were heading to their games. And as we have all-seater stadiums in England, they were not only paying 3 to 4 euros, but also somewhere in the region of 10 to 15. So massive amount of money, what a club can do something with it. What I wanted to show you about Arsenal is two pictures. On the left side, you see the Emirates Stadium. Maybe some of you have already visited it in the city of London, borough of Islington. There you see that it's right in the middle of a neighborhood. So there are people living around the stadium. And on the right side, it's Borussia Mönchengladbach from the German Bundesliga. And this is a thing where new stadia, when they are built here in Germany, it's most of the time far, far out of the city, somewhere on wasteland, a lot of parking spaces around that, but nothing else. So what Arsenal said back in '86 was that if you're an Arsenal fan from Newcastle, of course you could say, I'm not interested in Arsenal anymore. I'm heading off the motorway in Manchester and visiting Manchester City or United. But if you live around the stadium, every second Saturday, you have around 60,000 people in your foregarden. And you can't change it because they're there. And that's why Arsenal Football Club said, we have to give something back to the community. And that's how it was set up with great people that only had in mind would like to use the club to foster this kind of community feeling around the club, and not using these kind of community or social activities to promote the club in a marketing sense of way. Because maybe all of you know corporate social responsibility, this kind of word. Very often it's used as a marketing tool just to tell the people, listen, we are also doing social work, but we are not really interested in it. Most of the time it's only football. So this is what Arsenal did. And they are now in 3 different pillars where you can find them in terms of community programs, which is sports, education, professional training as well, where it's about the adults coming in. Now you would say, okay, it's easy for Arsenal to do that because they have big money and it's not a problem for them to foster these kind of activities. So that's why I also brought a second example. You might have heard recently, because Forest Green Rovers, a club from the Football League 2, which is the 4th tier in English football, they just were certificated as the first CO2 neutral football club in the world. This is because one of their owners is became rich because he was involved in this kind of renewable energy sustainability activities. And that's why he said, for our club, we would like to bring it to the table and raise the awareness about sustainability throughout the football club, to our fans, to the community. And that's how they were set up. And today they are 100% powered by renewable energy. They have a solar panel roof on the stadium. They have an organic pitch. They're not using any chemicals. And they're using solar-powered lawnmowers. Rainwater is being recycled, and they have charging stations for electric cars around the stadium. And more recently, they became the world's first vegan football club, which means for players, staff, and fans, which was very interesting. And back in 2019, they took it to the next stage where they set up their own company, their own vegan food factory. And now they are reaching out to the local community, of course, to the schools. They are promoting the entire scheme to universities. And what they are saying at the moment is that a lot of other football clubs are approaching them and asked if something is possible for them in their stadium as well. So very interesting here. It doesn't matter what kind of size you are. Either you are a Premier League club or somewhere in the Football League 2, or even down to the National League, which is the 5th tier. It doesn't matter. Again, a lot of people are saying, this sounds all great, Mike, but what kind of impact really has it? So I would like to give you some numbers from the last report they gave to us. So at the moment, approximately 2,150 people are employed within the various community schemes. More than 500,000 pupils participate each year in one of these kind of programs. 27,000 handicapped people participate each year. And in total, more than 15,000 primary schools are involved in these programs. Throughout the UK at the moment, over 101 football clubs are offering some kind of community program. And next to the whole work, they set up their own football foundation, and these were delivering more than 8,500 free sets of equipment were handed over to schools where they can use kits, balls, other equipment they can use within their physical education lessons. So here, if Roberto and Maria can share these kind of slides to all the others, a bit more of further information in relation to this kind of topic, and which brings me to the end. A lot of things, what's going on in the United Kingdom, especially in England. And as I said, it doesn't matter what kind of size your club, your sports institution is, you can always do these kind of programs, which I think is the major message from today and what we also realized already on this kind of conference. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much, Mike. Big applause for our contribution from Germany. The story of the cooperation with you started 3-4 years ago, and actually we are talking about management, empowerment in this city, in Sassari. We have a path that maybe is a longer term perspective. And as well, what you showed is about inclusion, is about sustainability, is about what we say that is sport can be just a tool in order to be as well a bridge in order to break some structure conception, let's say. And sport can actually be inclusive in terms of skills, his background, in terms of a professional career, that sport is just the thing in the middle. It's a pity you couldn't be with us today in presence, because we are almost ending the conference. We are ready to go for aperitivo. That's the key words now, because I have to keep the people here in the room. And I don't know if there are no questions from the audience. I will give you a big hug from Sassari and hope to see you here soon.
Thank you, Roberto. Definitely, we will follow this up. No problem.
Thank you very much, Mike. Big applause again.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
And last but not least, our contribution from the Philippines. They cannot do it live, but they leave us a video of 1 hour, which we're gonna see only 3 minutes, 5 minutes, just to understand what is and I'm sorry, Vince, if you look.
Hello everyone, a good day. Presenting to you the result.
Is live? Is live? No. Okay. No, I was just ending the welcoming. So no, non mi spaventare così, non è che siamo alla fine, però. Ok, se no era no, adesso dobbiamo farne un'altra dal vivo, quindi ok. So to say, Professor Vince has been a great help for us in the research, in the education through sport testing, in the project curriculum pathways for empowerment of migrants through sport, and in many other projects. We met each other in Kenya in a capacity building project granted by Erasmus Plus, and in 2014. And since then, we've been working and cooperating, and sometimes they are cooperating from the Philippines with some people in the office here in Sassari. That's how we are with Maria and with the team here, which I would like to congratulate as well, the staff that has been all with us and contributing with the outputs of the project. So applause, facciamo qualche applauso così. And well, I would like just to have to give credit to Vince and to Professor Vince for Palawan in the Philippines, and to watch 5 minutes of this huge long video that they send us. After that, I would like, if it's okay for you, because as I said, we are all very nice, elegant, and formal, to take a picture all together here with the banners and so on, and then we can go for the aperitivo. So if i nostri ironici tecnici che fanno partire i video ci mettono.
Hello, everyone. A good day. Presenting to you the results of the study entitled Education Through Sports Program of Migrants in European Countries. I'm yours truly, Marlon Yusaldares from the Philippines. Before we
Non era un'ora,
proceed
era
with the
un
results of
secondo.
discussion,
Il video
I would like to reemphasize or reiterate the
1
problems
second.
that we're going to find
Antonio,
solutions
riempi il vuoto
to
con...
discuss
No,
with
se
our
qualcuno
panelists.
volesse vedere la versione integrale, ovviamente sarà online, la potete seguire
Our study
tipo
would like
puntate
to
come Netflix, no?
determine
Quindi
or to
sarà
know
sempre
what
lì
is the level
presente.
of knowledge and
Should
skills
everyone
of
want to see
migrant
it online, we will
potential sports
Iniziamo a prepararci per questa foto di gruppo, che credo sia un'altra l'ultima impresa leggendaria della giornata, quindi chi è il responsabile del foto?
Fotografo, direi
Ci
Roberto.
metteremo qua.
It helped us also a lot in doing here in delivering some activities at local level in the frame of sports. Not just sports and migrants, but also we are following another path about sport and inclusion for people with intellectual disabilities. And it was on the first row as well.
Next question, which is something which is all the time relevant to me. What now? Can you see any follow-up for this initiative, for the good job which has been done so far? You think it's possible to gain value and to spread the benefit of this initiative, because we saw that there is much of need.
Hello, everyone.
The problem
Good
can
day.
have implication.
Presenting to you the results of the study entitled Education Through Sports Program of Migrants in European Countries. I'm yours truly, Marlon Yusaldares from the Philippines. Before we proceed with the results and discussion, I would like to reemphasize or reiterate the problems that we're going to find solution or to discuss with or to analyze with. So basically, our study would like to determine or to know what is the level of knowledge and skills of the migrant potential sports managers in the three countries. In our study, we have the country Bulgaria, the Italy, and Spain as reflected in the pretest. So this is prior to the training, the ETS training program. Another one is that to determine or what is the overall knowledge and skills of the migrants potential sports managers in the three countries, as reflected now in the pretest. So it is the overall knowledge and skills given the many variables they have in the pretest as well as in the post-test. And then what is the level of trainers' expertise? Okay, let's take a look also on the post-test scores or post-test data. So in terms now of the in terms of the administration and human resource management, people are technical expert, or they are involved mainly on using computers, PCs, tablets, and mobile technology. So they are inferred as high level of administration and human resource management. All the items, so we have 6 items under this variable.
I think you understood that is 1 hour about the analyzing data of this project, the local trainings scientifically for academic publication. We'll put this video at your disposal for anyone that attended the conference. So it's 1 hour long, and when you want, you can take a look on it. Answering to your question, and this is the ending of the conference. It's actually 17th of December, the date where they're gonna publish results of the last year Erasmus Plus Sport application, and we already designed together with someone here, Mr. Paolo Menescardi from Lorma, Milan, one of my greatest colleague and friends and the founder of Sport Branches there. You can see him as probably already working on something from the next year. But basically with him, we applied for a project that we call it Friendly CPMES Volume 2. And it's about, well, it's a surprise. If it's gonna prove, you will see. And as well, Luciano Di Fonso, you remember when we started with him this morning, he mentioned about capacity building sport, which is actually reminding me the project that I considered my baby before. It was inclusion through sport, was a capacity building in the field of youth that included 12 partners from 4 continents, 3 from Africa, 3 from South America, 3 from Asia. That's actually where I met the Filipinos that are talking on my back now. No, not anymore. And now the possibility to have capacity building in the field of sport and include, I don't know, my friends institution from Senegal and I don't know, Argentina, and it's just something that I could apply some of the results of this project and to test them again in some other, together with my team, of course, in some other countries. And that's actually the new challenge, because when you end a big, fantastic story, you must be ready to have new stimulation and to start new ones. And with this, I think we cannot go better as ending. Antonio, no more questions.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks to Antonio Saccone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to Maria Grazia Pirina. Thanks to the technicians. Thanks to Erso for hosting us. Biggest thanks and applause for Mr. Johannes De Vol that is sitting over there. And not a single second of this conference could have been possible without him. So applause again. Huh? And I'm sorry if I'm forgetting someone.
Yes, yes, yourself. Thank you, Roberto. Applause also for him.
Facciamo sta foto?
Yes.
Il video è finito? Non siamo più in diretta mondiale con tutto il mondo?
Abbiamo
Bene, andiamo a bere? Va bene.